Top of CIIL, we again welcome you to the 54th Foundation Day inaugural function to Central Institute of Indian Languages, Mysore. So now I will request Dr. Biren sir to continue.
मैं आप सभी लोगों का हार्दिक स्वागत वंदन एवं अभिनंदन कार्यक्रम का सिलसिला ये है कि दो चार बार से जोड़कर मैं डॉक्टर नारायण कुमार चौधरी जी को आमंत्रित करूंगा और आगे की कार्यवाही का संचालन वो करेंगे। इस अवसर पर दो एक श्लोक है जो मैं श्लोक नहीं संबंधित कर पा रहा हूँ आप लोगों से निवेदन करने का। महर्षि पतंजलि के स्वर्णिम शब्द है एक शब्द सम्यक ज्ञात। That means when a single word appropriately can fulfill the desire of the speaker as well as the listener in this life and the life only. इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ एक बार फिर आप सभी लोगों का जो यहाँ साक्षात थे जो अंतर्जात के माध्यम से जुड़े हुए आपके स्वागत वंदन अभिनंदन करते हुए के सहायक निदेशक डॉक्टर नारायण कुमार चौधरी का आग्रह है कृपया मंच पर पधारें और वो अतिथियों को मंच पर आमंत्रित करेंगे। उसके बाद भी प्रज्वलन का कार्यक्रम होगा, उसके बाद उनका स्वागत भाषण होगा। आइए फिर हम इसी आगे बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद वीरेश जी। A great pleasure to welcome you all to this 54th Foundation Day celebrations of the Central Indian Languages. I'd like to invite the honorable guests that we have here. We begin with our chief guest today, Srimati. She joining us virtually, and madam, can turn your camera so that now I would like to also invite on the dais Professor E.P. Patnaik, our founder director and pharmacy body. Sir, please can. So now I would like to invite our former director, Professor Rajesh Deva. Sir, please. Our former director, Professor Alkis Misra, and our current director, Professor Selen Demora. Presenting to our honorable guests of the day. We'll begin with Srimati Neeta Prasad, to whom Dr. Vijayalakshmi Patil would be giving a bouquet virtually. Vijayalakshmi, you come and just put something here. Madam is there? Tejas. Yes, sir. Madam is present. Yeah, that is what I was thinking. Madam, if you can hear me, I would request you to please return your camera so that we can see you on the screen. Thank you for the share. Samvitarani Mishra would present a bouquet to our founder director, Padma Professor D.P. Patnaik. Next, Paulavi Das would present a bouquet to our Professor Rajesh Deva. And Dr. Saroj Kumari. And Hayat Puja from NTS would present bouquet to our presenter, Professor Salim Mohan. And Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Patil will present again to our very honorable esteemed guest, the chairperson, who will also present online, Chamu Krishna Satriji. So he is also virtually present. We will present a booking to him also, the chairperson of the High Powered Committee for the Promotion of Indian Language, which has been renamed as Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti. So, third is the chairperson of that committee looking into all the language promotion work that is taken care of by the Ministry of Education. So, virtually, a committee that is looking after the works of all the languages in India. So, welcome, sir. Now, I just give a brief of. So, as you know, Central Institute of India Languages has completed 53 years of its establishment, and we are entering into the 54th year of our establishment. So, we are celebrating the 54th Foundation Day today. The Central Institute of India Languages, the premier and the sole institution of the promotion of all Indian languages, including minor and major regional languages of India, has completed 53 years, and we are going into the 54th year. On this occasion, I welcome you all, our esteemed guests on the dais, esteemed guests in the audience, also present virtually. We will have Kapil Kapoor giving us a lecture. Then we will have our former director Uday Narayan Singh also giving us a lecture on this in today's program. In our session, as you are aware, we have a esteemed guest here, and we will have address by three eminent guests for today. And I extend my welcome on behalf of Central Institute of Indian Languages and the Government of India to all our staff, the colleagues, scholars joining offline and online, and all others who are present here, including the media people. So thank you all. We will begin with this, and from now onwards, Vireji, will you conduct, or should I have to say? Okay. So we will begin. Achha, no, we have a lamp lighting ceremony. So we will begin first with lighting of the lamp. So, sir, we request you all to please come up here and we'll light up the lamp. Telephone.
ಒಂದಾಯ್ತು.
ಥ್ರೆಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಥ್ರೆಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಚೇತನ್ ಚೇತನ್ ಏನ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಒಂದು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಸರ್.
So on the occasion of the 54th anniversary Foundation Day, we also have prepared one brochure of CIIL which we would like to inaugurate release. The souvenir would be released by Professor D.P. Patnaik.
ಸರ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ Hey dude, what man is working? What plans is so check start coming. Go and check there.
ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲವಾ? ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ.
Thank you. So shall we begin with? We have address by our chief guest for today, Srimati Neeta Prasad. I would request her to please begin with her address. No problem. Have you sent any message or anything? Okay. So I think we should move to.
ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
So if that is good, and while we take care of it, we have got. Madam has got. Yes. We can see you, but we cannot yet hear you. I'm not very sure if you have muted your mic. it is time for you to speak and deliver the address. Chief guest, we are waiting for you.
If we our mic is mute, then we have to Narayan's word. She is unmuted, sir. She is unmuted. Some technical problem. Speaker.
Yes, sir, we have done good speaker.
Where is speaker connection?
Connect कर दिया सर. Silva. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ.
Yes. Yes. But we cannot hear you.
Some will be.
No, wait.
Increase the sound full.
It's not coming on the speaker.
Speaker ಆಗಿದೆ. Speaker
You
ಆಗಿದೆ.
need to put up your mic there. Put the mic there.
Full.
ಬನ್ನಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ.
Online, we are able.
Sir can hear. Chambu sir is saying he can hear. Some speaker issue.
ಪವರ್ ಬರೀಕತ್ ನಮ್ಮ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕತ್ತಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪೀಕರಿಂದ ತಗೋಬರ್ತಾವ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್
सर वो केबल माइक डाल दो यहाँ पे फोटो माइक किया ये जो स्पीकर
मैं टेक स्पीकर
लैपटॉप में जैक का इशू
We are having just one small issue, Madam Gill, where we are not, all the audience cannot hear you. There is some issue with the speaker. We are just connecting and we'll let you know. Just a moment, please.
स्पीकर इशू का
ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಬೇರೆ ತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡೋದು ಇರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ತೇಜು
ಮಗ ಅದಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್
ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ನಾನು ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ
ಹೋಗು
ಅದು आपने इसका ये अनम्यूट का म्यूट किया है क्या देखो आपने म्यूट किया
आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, ma'am, आ रही है. आवाज आ रही है.
आवाज आ रही है क्या?
Yes, ma'am, आ रही है.
जैक
एक मिनट मैडम, आवाज आ रही है, स्पीकर लगाना पड़ेगा हमें.
I think they are not able to connect it with the video. There.
Sir, we are connected now. Everyone can hear you, so we can begin now. Madam, we can begin now, please. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Yeah. Okay. Can I begin now?
Yes, madam, please.
आदरणीय प्रोफेसर बीके पटनायक जी, संस्थान के पूर्व निदेशक एवं अवधेश कुमार मिश्रा जी, हाई पावर कमेटी फॉर प्रमोशन ऑफ इंडिया के चेयरमैन श्री चंद्रकृष्ण शास्त्री जी, अन्य सम्मान्य अतिथिगण, अधिकारीगण, कर्मियों तथा मीडिया से आए 54वें स्थापना दिवस के मेरी बहुत इच्छा थी कि इस अवसर, लेकिन कार्य के अन्य एंगेजमेंट्स की वजह वर्चुअल मोड में ही सही मुझे आशा करती हूँ जल्दी ही मैं कोई और अवसर निकालकर संस्थान में उपस्थित। CIIL की स्थापना वर्ष 1969 में तब से आज तक यह संस्थान भारतीय भाषाओं के विकास का दायित्व बहुत निपुणता से निभा रहा है। बहुत ही बखूबी इस दायित्व, यह शायद देश का एकमात्र संस्था इसके सामने बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारियां हैं अपने संस्थान के सामने। NEP 2020 इस बात को emphasize यानी मदर लैंग्वेज एज मीडियम ऑफ इंस्ट्रक्शन। NEP 2020 के अंतर्गत जैसा कि आप सबको पता होगा, स्कूली शिक्षा के नेशनल इनिशिएटिव फॉर प्रोफिशिएंसी इन इस योजना में प्री स्कूल के विद्यार्थी इस संदर्भ में भारतीय भाषाओं में पठन जैसे संस्कृत, कन्नड़, तमिल, मलयालम यही धारणा है एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की, जिसके विषय में हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी करने की बात करते हैं। तो इस संकल्प भाषाओं के माध्यम से राष्ट्रीय काव्य, पर्यटन सबको बढ़ाया और इस संदर्भ में CIIL की एक देख ही सकते हैं कि ये उनका कितनी बड़ी हो। प्रमोशन ऑफ इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस की इस संस्था यानी नोडल संस्था, इसके लिए शिक्षा मंत्रालय की CIIL इसके साथों रीजनल लैंग्वेज सेंटर काम कर रहा है। ऐसा सोचा जा रहा है कि CIIL आगे ले जाए, इसमें एक अग्रणी सिंक्रोनाइज किया जा सकता है, कैसे इन सबको बढ़ा भारतीय भाषा से आगे ले जाए इस बात को। CIIL को इस काम करने के लिए भाषा इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस कम्युनिटी का गठन हुआ है। इसके और CIIL के साथ स्ट्रेंथन किया जाए, इस विचार किया जा रहा है। जल्दी ही भारतीय भाषा संस्थान को संबंध में एक बड़ी भूमिका और यहाँ के समस्त अधिकारियों कर्मचारियों को 54वें के अवसर पर अपनी शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैडम, आपने बहुत सारी अच्छी बातें की हैं। हमें पता है कि संस्थान में हमारे साथ बहुत सारी समस्याएं हैं और इसके लिए मंत्रालय का समर्थन, समिति का समर्थन हमारे लिए बहुत जरूरी है। और आपने ये कहा है कि NEP और आगे के जो हमारा विजन है, चाहे एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का हो या और कोई भी हो, इसमें भारतीय भाषा संस्थान का बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण योगदान होने वाला है और इसका सशक्तिकरण बहुत जरूरी है। और इसके लिए आपने जो कहा उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो अब हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो आगे हम कहेंगे हमारे संस्थापक निदेशक पद्मश्री DP पटनायक जी से कि वो अपना उद्बोधन दें।
सभा में उपस्थित ज्येष्ठ श्रेष्ठ वरिष्ठ कनिष्ठ सबको मेरे प्रणाम। And all the members of the 54, 53rd, whatever you call, Foundation Day celebration of the CIIL. I must tell you that the day I completed 91 and became that I am 91, the other one said, both the groups are connected. I completed 91 and became 92. So similarly today we complete 53 and 4. I am reminded of something in another ceremony of the CIIL at Mysuru. The Union Education Minister inaugurated it, and Dr. K. Shivali, his predecessor, at Mysuru University, Gujarati. My vision is the mission to integrate the wisdom of past generations human resources in linguistic sciences. When I joined Mysore, the only guideline I had was the performance budget which I had. The greatest challenge was to learn and put in collaboration with the NCRT. The teaching learning prospects effective languages. That is Sarla Sanskritam and Samanita Sanskritam. With common vocabulary series, after there was complaint that we were doing the work of the similar complaints are made also by the Sanskritans. We stopped work and the projects ended. I persuaded the CIIL to they finalized English 120 for taxi auto drivers and for foodies in the they asked them to prepare an English 400 or 4 equivalent to English when Pressure Mounted OUP published sentence of Hyderabad this year. I have contended that as India was a multilingual country, just to learn a language other than their state language, once they complete the 1 year diploma course, they can student teachers for a non-cultural tour of the states concerned. From their learned language to their regional language or vice versa. Metric using new methods and new technology, basic, intermediate, and final courses in the classroom, eventually the language learning facility available at that they did not have the means to appoint 14 teachers. They agreed with my suggestion to appoint considering that in the multilingual competition, the CIIL participated in the literacy supporting literacy programs in Karnataka. work are so comprehensive that the government of India gave the Jawaharlal Nehru Literacy Award to me. I was one of the few international scholars who have been pleading for mother tongue education from the early 60s. Also resulted in mother tongue based multilingual education. Multilingual education in the country. Vendors used to meet directors of education, culture, and tourism. Whenever there were language related questions, whenever there was an issue of language concerning CIIL, I was known among the literatives of the. I have been chairman of the Odisha State Jnanpith Committee and I was known among the scholars of humanities and social sciences of 24 countries around the world, studied the language related activity including policy and in those countries. Because of my all these came in handy in should equally be known in their fields, then only CIIL can remain in their. 30 linguistics in the country. And they are disciplines with proven competence in it. I have received lots of love and affection from the people. Especially award of the Assam Cypress. I was given the state award of Himachal Pradesh. Of the central and state government. The central government, my minister invited me. The government of Himachal Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, states. The Prime Minister the Bodo language problem to find solutions. Their confidence was so absolute to accept whatever solutions they found. Sociology is true of linguistics in India. I quote, in India, succeeding generations have conditioningly neglected in the success of the CIIL. The language was well received. Towards a national book policy which I wrote for the encomiums for the government of India. But resulted in an invitation by South Africa, which brought credit to the report of the bilingual bicultural the government of India has done some. In spite of some glorious traditions, is now sought to be converted into a CIIL University. Results are evident. Not a single university in India has instituted universities. Even for Indo-Aryan and Dravidian, there is no historical linguistics. Linguistics has dwindled over the. There is not a center of excellence in computational linguistics. No state university can solve this problem. If the government doesn't want to retain this, other alternatives are available. A center of national importance is one of the other. One has to look for them when there is the greatest need of international. Degradation of the CIIL is bound to destabilize education. I hope, as the Joint Secretary just now told, they will help the CIIL to grow and proceed further. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. I must say thank you to you and to all the Almighty that on the 54th founding day, we are having you. We are having the pleasure of listening to you. And I think everyone here gets excited whenever you come. So last time you came in 2019, founding day, when the Vice President visited us. And everyone here was so excited to see you. The same feeling goes even today. And I know that whoever is going to hear this, they'll like it so much. So thank you, sir. We always get insight from the things that you share with us, and the advices that you give to us is going all the way to everyone, from the lower staff to the highest excellence of the government. So thank you so much. So we'll now begin and go to the next speech of this inaugural session, presidential address. by our current teacher, Professor Shailendra Mohan. Sir.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ welcome सत श्री अकाल morning Padma Shri and former director of Institute of Indian Languages Mysuru Professor D.P. Patnaik ji Honorable Padma Shri Chief Jammu Krishnan Sastri ji Joint Secretary Ministry of Education Madam ji on virtual mode. Professor Valedictory Singh has joined, sir. Professor Rajesh Sateva, Professor Deshmish, friends from media, my esteemed colleagues from CIIL, and friends. I'm indeed very happy that we are on this offline, online, that is a hybrid mode to celebrate the 54th Foundation Day of the Institute of Indian Languages. This Amrit Kal, that is celebration of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. As we all know, the Institute of Indian Languages established on 17 July 1969 is an apex body on language matters in India, and it works for promotion of all languages of India, irrespective of their socio-cultural and political status. Since we are running short of time, and Professor Valedictory Singh has already joined, so we would like to listen to him, but I will just cut short some of my important points that the Institute we have initiated in recent times that I would like to inform you. So, as we know that CIIL has established 7 regional language centers for, across India for coordinating the promotion and sustenance of linguistic diversity of India through implementation of 3 languages. It is a time, as I think, for us to look into these language learning curves. It requires a huge modification in the light of changed scenarios and context, and I think there is a need to restructure, realign the program, and I am looking forward to get inputs for how to improve the RLC's functions, especially in the context of NEP and Indian languages learning system needs to be better. We have successfully implemented several centrally funded schemes such as National Translation Mission, Linguistic Data Consortium of Indian Languages, the Scheme of Protection of Endangered Languages, Bharatwali, National Testing Services, and our 4 classical languages that are contributing to us for the last several years. So we will be looking into some of the changes that we can from the experts, that what could be the best way that we can improve the functioning of these centers. Among some of the important ones that I would like to inform you that the CIIL plans to launch a language repository of India, which may be named Sangha. It will be a repository of languages which includes languages from spell, Bhasha Mandakini, old archival of data of around 200 languages, children literature and classical text, as well as CIIL books and others. And this repository will create data corpus in format that can be easily accessed by all such linguists, and in future we will also try to extend this repository to individuals as well as in India to deposit their language related materials on this. As suggested by Professor Valedictory Singh, that we are also planning to start a series of biographical monographs on linguists who have made a significant contribution to the development of Indian linguistics in India and abroad since ancient times. These biographical monographs will include stories of the life and works of the linguists concerned who have made significant contribution to linguistic studies in India. CIIL is also going, now we are starting MA, PhD and postdoctoral fellowship soon, and will be in a position that will be announcing. I hope those students and that can promote the language cause of Indian languages in future. So, on this Foundation Day, I extend my warm wishes to all present and to the entire CIIL family. The contribution made by all of in the past have been the reason for this glory of these institutes which we are cherishing today, and I sincerely thank all academic, administrative and support staff that constitute this family for their contribution in building this institution. So I thank all the invitees and scholars who have agreed to be part of our Foundation Day and make it a success. Happy Foundation Day to all the members of CIIL. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, sir. Because we have got a very special guest also with us, joining us, which we were not aware that he would be available. So now I would request Sri Chamubis Satriji, who is available with us virtually, to speak a few words with all of us, because he is heading the chairperson the Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti. So I think we are all going to benefit from what he has to say. Thank you, sir.
सभा में उपस्थित सम्मान्य जितने भी भाषा विज्ञान क्षेत्र के भाषा क्षेत्र के महानुभाव यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, सभी को मेरा प्रणाम। जब 68 एजुकेशन पॉलिसी स्थापना हुई CIIL का, तब त्रिभाषा सूत्र के अनुसार शिक्षकों का प्रशिक्षण और भाषा सिखाने का एक प्रमुख उद्देश्य के साथ इसकी स्थापना हुई थी। आज फिर एक बार इस प्रकार का एक परिस्थिति आई है जहां NEP 2020 में कही गई है और बहुभाषितावाद का भाषा बहुलतावाद का विचार आज देश के सामने है। तो इसके लिए देश भर सभी शिक्षक और एक भारतीय भाषा सीखे, इसके लिए कुछ व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए और इसके लिए पाठ्यक्रम लर्निंग कोर्सेस लैंग्वेज टूल्स डेवलप करना चाहिए और टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करते हुए सभी को भारतीय सिखाने का और भारतीय भाषाएं अधिकाधिक सिखाने का वातावरण सामग्री सीखने के लिए जितने भी व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए ये सब करना चाहिए। इसके लिए अपने आप को आवश्यकता के अनुसार अगले 10-20 साल में एक श्रेष्ठ भारत करने के लिए और जो नए कार्यक्रम लेना चाहिए इसके बारे में CIIL इस अवसर पर आने वाले दिनों में सोचना चाहिए और इसके साथ साथ देश में भाषा विवाद का या विघटन का एकता का और एकात्मता का सूत्र दृढ़ करने के लिए इस प्रकार हम CIIL के माध्यम से अगर देश में एकता का एकात्मता का वातावरण बनाएंगे, इसमें भाषा को अगर हम जैसे जिस प्रकार प्राचीन काल से भारत बहुभाषा भाषी समाज बहुभाषा भाषी देश था, अब फिर इस प्रकार बहुभाषा भाषी समाज का निर्माण करना सब मदद करे इतना कहकर मेरा वाणी से विराम।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। आपने कुछ ही शब्दों में बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी कही जो भारतीय भाषा संस्थान के लिए के हृदय में रही है। जब इस संस्थान की स्थापना हुई तब भी हमारा गोल वही था कि भारतीय भाषाओं अब सुनाई दे रहा होगा। सो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। आपने जो कहा भाषा एकता का सूत्र होना चाहिए, ये कैच वर्ड है। ये कैच वर्ड अभी से नहीं है, 1969 से है। जब हमने शुरुआत में इस संस्थान का ईएमसी देखेंगे वहां पे कोई है। अब इसी को हमें आगे लेके जाना है। दूसरा जो हमारे पास सबसे बड़ा कैच वर्ड है, जो शास्त्री जी ने कहा कि नई तकनीक के साथ हमें अपने आप को री इन्वेंट करना है, नई चीजों में ढालना है, और उसके लिए हमें सशक्तिकरण की जरूरत है, जिसके लिए हम सभी लोग यहाँ पे उपस्थित हुए हैं और हमारे पास और भी लोग हैं जो इसके समर्थन हैं। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। समय की कमी के कारण अब मैं इसको यहीं पे विराम दूंगा। इससे पहले डॉक्टर तारिक को कहूँ कि वैलेडिक्टरी स्पीच दें, उसके बाद वी विल हैव अ स्मॉल ब्रेक। डॉक्टर तारिक प्लीज।
Dignitaries on the dais, it's my distinct pleasure to say a few words in the form of valedictory speech, and in the same breath thank everyone present here virtually and in person. It's an important occasion for us that we are celebrating 54th Foundation Day, and it's an occasion when all of us come together to celebrate what we have achieved as the Central Institute of Indian Languages. I take pleasure in thanking all the members who have joined us here, beginning from the former and present directors, and I have the pleasure to thank also the chairman, high-powered committee on promotion of Indian languages, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Education, the former and current employees of the Institute. I first would like to thank the chief guest, Srimati Neeta Prasad ji, who in a very few words gave us a very assuring promise that the efforts of the Institute are recognized and they would be encouraged by the ministry. Thank you, madam, for your valuable comments and time. So it is difficult for you to join us here. Though it was difficult for you to join us here, but you could take out some time virtually. We will remain grateful for this. Professor D.B. Patnaik, Padma Shri, has been the former director of CIIL, founding director of CIIL, and he has always taken out time for this institute. We have requested him to take out time for us. We are always inspired by your words, sir, and it's an occasion that we show our gratitude to you. We are very, very thankful that even at this stage, when the health may be creating difficulties for you, you have been able to travel here and cause inspirational feeling among us. We are very, very thankful for you, sir. And Professor Avdesh Kumar Mishra, Professor Rajesh Sachdeva, other professors sitting off the dais, the former and present colleagues representing the administration, academic, and support sections of the institute. I am happy to express my gratitude to you for coming to this program and making it successful. In the same breath, I am also thankful to Shri Chambu Krishna Shastri ji, Padma Shri, who in a very short address gave us very insightful ideas. We remain grateful to you, sir. It's also an occasion that is marked by the collective efforts of various committees. So I am glad to present place on record the efforts put in by the technical committee, the food committee, committee for cultural programs, the souvenir committee, the sports committee, the publicity committee, and I should definitely like to thank the media friends who have come from various media groups, the executives and professionals from media. Your efforts will go a long way in sending the message about the activities that the institute is performing. Kindly forgive me if I miss some names. We have lost some time in the initial technical glitches, so I would like to stop here and say collectively in one sentence that all persons present here, in person or virtually, are thanked, and I thank them all from the bottom of my heart, and the institute will remain grateful to one and all. It's also time that we look forward to listening to our esteemed speakers. And in the first place today, we have Professor Yuan Singh, whose name is very familiar to anyone and everyone who is doing linguistics or translation studies or comparative literature or cultural studies in this country. Sir and Madam, it's my pleasure to introduce the speaker of the day. I am very happy and feel blessed to introduce Professor Yuan Singh, Professor Uday Narayan Singh, who requires no introduction as such. But then, as it is customary, I take pleasure in informing you that Professor Uday Narayan Singh has been associated with the Central Institute of Indian Languages, with Delhi University, with Vishwa Bharati Shantiniketan and Amity University. These are not just several universities that he is associated with. He is also responsible for establishing various centers, centers which have created a name in this country. Center for Applied Linguistics and Translation Studies, Center for Comparative Literature, Study in India program, and things like that are just to name a few. Professor Uday Narayan Singh began writing at the age of 13, and he is known by three names: UNS, Uday Narayan Singh, and most importantly, Nachiketa, as he writes in Maithili and in the literary figures, he is known as Nachiketa. Professor Yuan Singh carried forward the interesting and inspiring tradition set by Padma Shri Professor D.P. Patnaik. He took the institute to greater heights and established schemes like National Translation Mission, National Testing Service India, Linguistic Data Consortium for Indian Languages, and several things like that. So it's my pleasure to introduce him and also inform the audience, because we draw inspiration from his accomplishments. He has been guiding the policies not just in India but also in 25 countries of the world. It's also important to take into account his writings have been providing insights to all researchers working in the areas of language studies, language sciences, literature, comparative literature, translation studies, and cultural studies. So post-retirement also, we notice that things he began at the age of 13. Post-retirement also, we notice that he has continued writing, and very recently he has published a book, and he has been associated with several other activities, including the activities of science. In a very nutshell, I can say that he is one of the chief architects of language studies in this country. With these words, I should like to take a pause here, allow you to directly listen to him. Over to Professor Uday Narayan Singh. Thank you so much.
Voice.
I hope I'm audible to
trying to share my screen. Please keep the screen visible. Patient perspectives in translation. Interesting thing is that Professor B.D. and one more thing he did time the Indian language from the top. The top, as you know, has a book called Metaphor. And I remember he was writing the book at that. And on the lawn of the hotel, practically the whole night, so what I took time I from there. And let me begin. And as you know, all new creations, painting or music, and we create tables, parables, and drive this text or describe this image that's the main question. Now, whether it is literary criticism, a translation theory, or linguistics, or for my intention and probably of a metaphor that we all come across. And in one such metaphor, I think John Ross and his dissertation, where in the dissertation of John Ross, the story that he narrates, an old woman who says about the iteration about the S goes to N2BP and once again he says that the kind of by a chain of increasing large beneath each circle there is another circle and there are circles all the way. So of the metaphor of the sun, of the moon, and it is this mix which we use become a teenager. And often, within the member, whether you are a Bengali or not, whether you are a now, there are many times depiction in one kind of society. Now, this society, all the communities and whether all of them have different, there are different words, and the Lanka part or the cake or the images counted in the and well, we know that very famous all over the world. Our contribution to when we were discovered by the Western was our creativity. For each mythical name, whether it's Shiva, Krishna, Buddha, Ganesh, Chinese, Japanese, Tibetan. And there are many similarities and resonance, and there are literary texts which are helpful, but built around a myth. So that whole Kalidasa, Vidyapati, Jaydev, everybody has grown up or Kabir Das, they are. All of them actually are using metaphors and are and language. If you look at the model after 1000 also heard of Greek story tales, the Green Brothers, or unconventional story tales. The giant graphic tales or epic, they have been dominated for a long time. Nothing Madeira, there are many other subjects given there. So what are these parameters of an act? That is to be analyzed. Triggers, why is that? Have to be cast in the same manner. All of them are possible. Like SOV languages, SD, they need different kinds of structures of grammar to be able to analyze. So it's like that. for literary narrative, art and we talk about delivery. In the second term, they also talk about delivery. What is the thing delivering to? And these are different kinds of recalling things from memory. Art activity. This is a any creative product that you talk about. Multiple translations of the same text. So that we reach convention. Now, 1887 is an abstract journal or general he sees the class. But the critics have said they are really thinking, reflecting today's. And when you took time to really notice any interpretative mistake, and it is also 1959, and superficiality of the surface of all these are actually all metaphors. But I only use metaphors. And There is a separate meaning for the word culture. Aspect, subject, or object, activity in English grammar. This is the definition of Edward Taylor. So, in a way, language is contained. So, does the language define that human beings do not live with the objective, not alone in the world of social activity, but are very much as a multi, and this is very interesting. When we talk about translation, indeed, thanks to today Martha, it was given. When we travel down south in Kandar, down to Karnataka, the learning becomes a king, not. And as we travel, we actually kind of trying to mediate between. So India has always been on the cross. Language, literature, culture, and society. And a nation state called Bharat, or India, And in the case of translation theory, so what is the Asian perspective? And we believe in India and China the translation is an ethnography. There is a large number of views on the text to the Western Hall direct. And actually the important academic activity. I also suggest the translation has always been some other tried related translation or create a transnationalism. Secondly, for us, translation has also been like double edged. I need to speak you twice. One of them so then we were asked this question by Englishman, saying that the meaning of the Buddha one of them was given by Laoshi, another one was given by Confucius, so in Asia, with a longer, there are gaps between the logical mind, not to say, and foundation. But just given, even when you recreate that, different kinds, so you have a surface of image making, painting, you are Krishna with the gopi dancing around. So the surface may be different. Here are bhajan, surface of the painting done by Raja Ravi Verma. And then another written rendering of and it It is this, from these compromises that we have and translation acting also as a key. We don't know what the original are. There is an uncertainty. There are questions to translate the and we all know what went on of when Sam has completed Xi'an, the capital of Tang Empire, in 620, returned in 645 for 17 years with one. I remember because of thunderstorm and from inside came out manuscript which were the Western text like study of sociology, John Stuart Mill on liberty, which so who cautioned that to fight against culture against art? For their context it was Japan. So one of the basic reasons for this has been a very interesting machine dialogue in the evolution of ethics of translation. Anukruti, Anuva, the word is speaking. Anuva is speaking after. Translator must speak after. And that is interesting in our case. So we understand almost like a religion in our case. Whereas what happens in the West, they talk about government. Should the original author recommend quite often in the Western theory of translation that mentions what is the translation? Talk about inheritance, talk about recursion, talk about now we know that India and how it is being recreated every day. In fact, it is being repeated that it's one nation and many the reason why there was no fixed why it is seemingly contradictory for the Western audience, it is devoted soon collapse. My mother is a Bengali, my father is a Brahmin versus Banya, a twice-born versus Indian caste, forward versus backward. I get the center of living together, how India as an linguistic area. I think it is very important that we and I thank all of you for patiently listening to me during when I try to explain to you. And I'm sure somebody in translation mission taking this forward and elaborating these ideas and writing more and more. Thank you, Chairman Mondi, for giving me the chance to talk.
Thank you, Professor Udayanarayan Singh, for a very engaging talk on metaphors with Yukai. I guess George Lakoff and Mark Johnson would not have imagined that their 1980 book would be extended in this form that today we perceive everything as a metaphor. You have brought very interesting and thought-provoking ideas to your lecture. I am sure the audience would carry these ideas forward and work on them for some research papers and develop them further. At this point of time, shall we have questions? I think we can have a couple of questions if there is any, or else we will request the persons interested in asking questions to write to Professor UN Singh directly, and we shall save some time to catch up with other virtual lectures and on-site lectures. It's time that we take a quick tea break. I am also happy to inform everyone that tea is arranged at the quadrangular space in the ground floor. I request everyone present here to join us for tea there. Kindly proceed for the tea and come back as quick as possible so that we do not lose much time. The next lecture would be by Professor Kapil Kapoor, and we are also eager to listen to him very soon. Thank you, Professor Yuan Singh, and we look forward to hearing you once again.
Thank you.
Video off ಮಾಡು. Video off ಮಾಡು. Video mic first. ಅದು ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡ. ಯಾವುದು ಬೇಡ. ಸೌಂಡ್ ಕೊಡು ಮರ ಯಾರು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಲಾಂಚಲ್ ಅವ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸರ್ ನಾಯ್ತು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಅಪ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತೆ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಸ್ ಕಾರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಈಗ ಆಡಿಟೋರಿಯಂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಅದಿದ್ದು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ
Kapoor sir is
come in.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬರೀ ಸ್ಕ್ರೂ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ವಿಚಿತ್ರ ಬರೀ ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ವಯರಿಂದ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ
Welcome back after the tea. It's time that we move on to the next session. I request all the persons present here to take a seat. Do not cause congestion at the entrance. I request one and all to occupy their seats.
You look at the TV.
Yes.
Yes, sir. He is here.
We are shortly going to start the next academic talk.
Yes, I am here.
Is Kapil Kapoor. And for singing, it's my pleasure to invite my esteemed colleague, Dr. Pawan Kumar. Dr. Pawan Kumar is working as
Not Kapil Kumar.
at the Northern Regional Language Center, Patiala. I request Dr. Pawan to introduce Professor Kapil Kapoor.
Thank you, sir. डॉक्टर कपिल कपूर जिन्होंने ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜੋ ਮੌਕਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੰਸਥਾਨ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ मैं ਉਹਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰਗੁਜ਼ਾਰ ਹਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੌਰਪੋਰੇਟ डॉक्टर कपिल कपूर की ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਨਾਮ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਣ ਪਛਾਣ ਦਾ ਮੁਹਤਾਜ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਭ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੂਰੀ ਸੰਸਥਾ ਹੈ डॉक्टर कपिल कपूर has been teaching at KNU Delhi. He was dean at the School of Language, Literature and Cultural Studies. He served as visiting fellows in India and as well as in foreign countries also. He is member of so many committees and boards. He has worked as chairperson of our prestigious institute, Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. Previously, he was chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Vishwavidyalaya, Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, Bharata. He worked on Indian grammatical tradition very thoroughly. His major works are language, linguistics, and literature, the Indian perspective, literary theory, Indian conceptual framework, dimensions of Panini grammar, text and interpretation, the Indian tradition, Indian knowledge system. He served as editor-in-chief for Encyclopedia of Hinduism in 11 volumes. With these few words, I want to introduce Dr. Kapil Kapoor, and I hand over the mic to Dr. Kapil Kapoor. Thank you.
Do I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay. सबको मेरा नमस्कार. I see many friends. I see Uday Narayan Singh ji. I think I see Narayan Chaudhary ji, and very many other friends, I'm sure. Though I can't see them, but I think I can feel the presence. जैसे मैंने कहा नमस्कार. ये subject decolonizing the Indian mind or the mind. It's now, I think this has been talked about a lot. I myself have talked about it at least 3 times.
3 or 4 times. The first time I spoke was in 2001, and then in 2008, and then in 2011, and I think after that, I think one more. Every time, I think 2019, and every time I have been trying to examine this question from different angles. There is, what is a colonized mind? How is the Indian mind colonized? Is the mind of all Indians colonized? Or is it the mind of only some Indians that is colonized? And what is the cause of this subjugation of the mind? And or causes, cause or causes? And have we tried since 1947? Have we really tried to think about it, about the single major cause, and tried to do something about it? In a 1930s article, Anand Kumaraswamy had a wonderful 7-page statement on education in India. And in that very rich discourse, he says that the one single cause why India remains subjugated physically, to the British, and doesn't seem to be coming out of its somnambulism, why it has lost all its vitality and energy, and that single cause is the education. As he said it, that what for good reason and maybe sincerely, what the British educationists were thinking of was to create a new Hindu, create a new Hindu. A new Hindu who was scientific, atheistic, secular, as against a theistic, deeply religious, deeply spiritual, reason-oriented, but not considering reason superordinate, having a kind of value system, a philosophy, which is other-directed philosophy, which looked upon all phenomena as something subjective. From that, through education, they tried to create a new Hindu. The project, any such project, may appear to succeed for some time, but is bound to fail at the end. The Norman French, after the Battle of Hastings 1066, dominated the British. French became the language of administration, of art and culture, and the native language, the English, the Anglo-Saxon, became the language of the poor, language of those who were not in the major cities, who were not landlords, who were not the lords, but who were the feudal people, feudal workers on the feudal estate. And it remained from 1066, it remained almost for 300 years, the dominant language. So they tried to change the mentality of the British. It was only in, I think, 1353, nearly 300 years later, that the British for the first time framed a law in English. For 300 years, it was all French. But if you read people like Dryden, or if you read the history of English drama, you find that the British, in spite of 300 years of French education, French training, They remained British. They emerged as British in the early 17th century, 16th century. For all the influence that they had undergone, their drama remained characteristically comic, tragi comedy. They didn't go in for either Molière, nor did they go for Sophocles, the Greek. So their characteristic vritti, their nature, it remained intact. So such processes, the Russian court was dominated by the French in 19th century, but we all know how it has come out of it. Hopefully, we will also finally come out of it. The process seems to be slow, but let me address myself to the first question. What is a colonized, how is an Indian mind a colonized mind? I must say that as at one time, about 100 years ago when I was young, I used to travel across this country, so small places, villages, all over India. I traveled extensively, from the northeast, south, north, northwest. Made it a point to interact with the people in small hamlets, in rural areas, at the tea shops, near the railway stations and all that. And from 2010 to 14, I was lucky to be in a rural girls' university in Haryana. And as late as 2010 and 11, and that place is not more than 100 kilometers from Delhi. Delhi is a metropolis. And the all metropolis, the four metropolis, are the gada of the colonized minds. 100 miles from the 100 kilometers, not even miles, was this place. And I found that inside the university, even inside the university, you had problem communicating in English. But when you came out of the university and crossed the road and sat down on the bench of a shop or a tea shop, I found that I belonged to an island. My university was an island where we spoke a different language, where our vocabulary of thought was different, our value system was different, and what we were teaching to our young girls was something that their mothers will not understand. You see? But the girl will go home and say, Ma, I'm doing this, and I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this, and I will reach this place and this point. And the mother will say, all right, पर अभी तो थोड़ी चैन से बैठ जाओ, शांति से बैठ जाओ. So there you discover when you travel around the country, you have to qualify this. Colonized Indian mind, it's a kind of educated Indian mind. Now, we will then begin to question even the word educated, as Anand Kumaraswamy in another essay, he said educated Indians, and then he gave a footnote. This is how the victims of Indian education are described. The victims of Indian education are described. Many times in the rural context, when I will take up, expressions which were very at the center of intellectual activity of the universities, like multiculturalism, trying to explain to the people around the university, I was hard put to find a word. कि इसकी क्या मैं अनुवाद क्या करूं, क्या बताऊं? बहु संस्कृतिवाद. When I spoke that, one person said, sir, bahu ki sanskriti to hamari sanskriti hai, the daughter-in-laws. I mean, they won't understand. Also, this multiplicity, like if you tell the people there, कि आपके village में, in your village, you have Brahmins, yes. You have Jats, yes. You have Muslims, yes. You have Dalits, yes. You have landlords and you have workers, yes. So many different types of people. It's a big problem. They will say, what is the problem? For them, it is no problem. They just live together. But in JNU, we used to have very elaborate, seminars and conferences on this multiplicity and social conflict and societal divide and all that, with our social sciences students being sent with a questionnaire. The questionnaire always tending towards different identities, ethnic identity, religious identity, linguistic identity. That is, the questionnaire itself divided the people. Never did the question appear that when a girl gets married in the village, or when someone dies in the village, then what happens? Then all these people, the ethnically, linguistically, religiously divided villagers, when the daughter of the village is getting married, in other words, they never try to find out how it functions as a unit. So, I must say that when we talk of decolonization or colonized mind, we have to qualify this. It is the educated Indians who have been disaffiliated, that's a disaffiliated from their self. In what sense? So let's now, because the topic is, and it's important because the small 10% of people, 12% of people, they are the rulers. They rule the country. They frame the policies for 90% of people, 80% of people. And they look with great condescension on the masses. You see, the masses have to be because they are themselves in one way or another, they are Darwinistic, social Darwinism, political Darwinism, or whatever different form, political Darwinism, given to evolution and Darwinism. They tend to believe that those who don't wear clothes like they do, don't speak the language that they do, well, there I think they need to be brought up. Now this evolution and Darwinism is, as you realize, it springs from the roots of Western civilization. Well, Western civilization has three roots, not one. It has the Greek pagan root, it has the Hebraic root, and it also has the Christian root. But the Old Testament is shared by all, including the Islamic. The Old Testament, Deuteronomy, where God says to Adam, I made you in my image, the fish of water and fowl of the air are for you to enjoy, exercise dominion on them. Because you are in my image, so you are the top, you are the best. You are the most evolved. Unfortunately, even Aristotle, in his Poetics, tends to be evolutionary. He says that because tragedy as a form comes the last in Greek literature, so it is the most evolved form. And his problem was Homer. If you read Aristotle's Poetics, his problem is Homer, because Homer's epic somehow cannot be dismissed. Of course, tragedy, Sophocles, great trilogy, fine. But how do you dismiss Homer's epic? And then, Aristotle talks about the reading experience and the auditing experience, the viewing experience. And he says that tragedy has this duality, that it is an auditing experience and it is also a reading experience. And as auditing experience, therefore, as it is duality, it is superior to the epic, which is basically an auditing experience, because Homer's Iliad, as we know from Plato's Aeon dialogue, the one it used to be sung. It was an auditing experience. So this Darwinistic evolutionary attitude that masses have to be, हमारा शब्द कहना नहीं चाहिए क्योंकि बड़ा पॉपुलर शब्द है और गवर्नमेंट का शब्द है, विकास, development. Change and progress are not the same thing. And progress and development are also not the same thing. Because development, what we consider as development, it may be double-edged. For example, with the young people getting educated, coming out of their villages, getting jobs in the cities, hiring 2-bedroom apartments or 3-bedroom as they evolve, find it difficult to bring their parents there. Now these young people have developed, they are now different. They wear different clothes, they eat better, but they may be able to keep a dog, pet dog, but they are not able to keep the parents. So this kind of what happens to the society, even technology, when we have the thresher, the thresher cuts an acre of wheat field in a day. And so that's a great advantage. Everybody is now, hiring thresher. But the thresher takes away the job of 20 young people. It takes away their job. And then all other things, and you see that then the youth migrating to the towns, getting some white collar, some small job, and all the problems of the urban settlement and urban life, and the urban problems, crime and everything, and all those things. So the information revolution, IT was welcomed as something like, it has come to democratize knowledge. And it is a great blessing. But from there, when you move to robotics and when you move to artificial intelligence, then countries like ours with the huge population, we create unemployment by resorting to these technologies. In sensitive areas, in areas where human being cannot work, is dangerous for him, one can understand a robot. But in areas where such danger is not there, so you see double-edged. But then the Deuteronomy sets the pattern for Western civilization. They are out to develop everybody. And so if they find that in Tunisia, the ruler is bad and he is not governing properly, I think he needs to be taught how to govern better. And in Afghanistan, people need to be taught how to govern themselves. And in other countries, in Vietnam, they have also to be taught how to be more obedient, if nothing else. So, the exercising dominion with the assumption of evolved self. So that has been the bane. Anyways, It has come to us also. So in that girls' university, I created a center, Society University Interface Research Center. Center for Society University Interface Research. समाज गांव में समाज विश्वविद्यालय अंतर संबंध केंद्र, वहां पहले हिंदी में करते थे बिकॉज वहां हिंदी समझ आती थी, टू द ग्रेट discomfiture of the vice chancellor and daily educated teachers, that the girls didn't understand English. And what also troubled them was that instead of saying good morning, they said namaskar sir, ram ram ji sir. So that troubled them. So they were backward people, you see, sort of backward people who needed to be brought forward. There, so you know, this gave me the idea that center, the social science teacher there, girl, young lady, in fact, class fellow of my daughter, so like a daughter, but totally from Delhi School of Social Work. You know, that, you know, the rural people have to be developed, विकास, उनका विकास करना है, उनको माताओं को सिखाना है. So we used to interact with villages, and I told the girls and the teacher, you are not going to the village to teach. Please go to the village to learn from the old ladies. The old village women are a great knowledge resource. They know water management, they know energy management, they know economic management, marriage of a daughter. They are masters of craft. They know how to sew and knit, and they are masters in pickling. They make all kinds of, you know, food. They are masters of cooking, you know. And when harvesting is being done, they have a role. When seeds are being planted, they have a role. So I told them, kindly learn from them. And later on, sir, it may sound strange, instead of sending our girls and teachers to the villages, I started inviting village old women to the university to lecture to the girls. And it was a very healthy experience. Very healthy experience. So, colonized people, colonizing has something to do with education, with our education. The single cause of the colonized mind is the, how many years? 1835 to 65, 165 and 22. 187 years, our education has been on one-page policy document. One page. The English Education Act, 1835. It was very simple because I am a great admirer of Macaulay because of his clarity of what he needed to do for his country and for the efficacy with which he did it. Just as I am also a great admirer of Rudyard Kipling, the imperialist. He didn't invent imperialism, he was born when England was imperialistic. But admirer of Kipling for the way, in spite of being belonging to the imperial, the way he understood the Indian people, the way he wrote about them with great love. Great love. Of course, he writes about many things which we don't like. But unfortunately, what he says about us is even today true. So the truth is unpleasant. So the 1835 is very simple. What did they want to do? They wanted a class of interpreters. Interpreters. They use the word interpreter. Hindi में हम कहेंगे दलाल. Those who will sell the ruler's ideas to the masses, you see, and convince them and communicate with them. So they wanted to create interpreters. Now these interpreters, as we all know, I am repeating what everybody knows, but it bears repetition. They look like everybody else, Indian, but in their opinions, values, morals, and intellect. They're very important. Opinions. ये ठीक है, ये ठीक नहीं है. Oh no, 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 no. I don't accept this. Values. Values, well, you see values. Success is a value. You have success. So the world today is full of successful people. Generally unhappy, but successful people. Is one value. There are many other values. The third, morals. Morals. You know, the notion of daya dharam ka mool hai, kindness to others. You know, not taking away what does not belong to you. You know, all that morality, morals. If that was the morality, not to take away, then, you know, on the Thames, if you go to London, you have the custom house even today, where ships laden with you know, timber, the more expensive than anything else, and bars of gold, ships laden with bars of gold used to come to that custom house, and the records are still there. So they took away from us what didn't belong to them. So the morals, intellect, buddhi. Now people who have read, let's say, Mandukya Upanishad or even Kathopanishad. You see, buddhi is the, in our thought, in thinking, the Jivatma is the owner of this body, which is a chariot owner. And mind, man, is the driver. Man is not the driver. Man is the lagam, जो के घोड़े को भगाता है. And buddhi is the driver. Buddhi is what controls the mind. So it doesn't let it go astray. It doesn't let it go this way or that. The senses are the horses, and the objects of senses are the road that we cover. Now, buddhi, intellect, an intellect which controls wrongdoing, an intellect which controls your philosophy of life. As against that, the intellect, how to control these people, how to rule these people, how to divide these people, how to send Tilak to Andaman or Aurobindo to the French colony, and later Jinnah into separating from them. How to do that? That intellect which had them to. So, you know, they needed interpreters. And I feel we people today, we educated people, we are today also interpreters of the Western values, morals, intellect for the masses. When we do something Indian, it is, you know, it's like a ethnic dress पहन ली. It's a fashion. It is something which we are doing, which we want to do to show that we are different from others like us. But the genuine, you know, moving away, genuine immersion in the alternative civilization is not there. Today also, I mean, look at the debates. Look at all this that has been going on. A country, a people, whether Hindus or Muslims, who are deeply religious, the masses, they are being told that no, secular. Dharma, for us, the Hindus, the religion, it's not religion, it is dharma. No. It is all the dharma, sharma, varma doesn't matter, it doesn't count. You have to be secular. See? So if you don't want not to be dharmika, is to be adharmika. So the very constitution says we have to be not dharmic. We don't have to be dharmic. So this is still going on, and this is going on. Look at the concept of nation. The writers of the constitution, they were also victims of Indian education. So they read European history. They read the breaking up of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Bismarck's empire, and the split of Bismarck's empire into nations. 1881, 81, 81, 82. Norway, France, Belgium, Germany, France. One nation. One nation is, what is a nation? One language, one ethnicity, one religion. So our constitution makers, they were in a panic that what to do with India. India is not a nation. We have to make India a nation. So we started nation building. Even in our literature, we started writing, how nation building takes place in literature. Rather than think that the definition is European and not applicable to us, we believed the definition is correct and we are wrong. And we started having one language. And one language that was the political language of the time when India was fighting, not fighting really. India was waiting for freedom. The Hindi of Western UP. So they made it, most leaders came from there. One language. 5-7 years, nobody noticed what had happened. Then suddenly the southern people woke up. They burnt a few buses, threw some stones, and then, we made English the associate language. You see, associate. And when that happened, then, the Kannadigas, the Marathis, they said our languages have history older than English. Our languages have literature as rich as English. We may not have Shakespeare, but we have Baswanna. We have others. So, how come that we don't figure? So we then developed Schedule 8, 8th schedule. Originally 12 languages, today 22, and 37 applications are pending. On one hand, we are proud of diversity. On the other, we are scared of it. And this is the reason why we are scared to make state languages, all the state languages, the medium of education. We are scared. Even this NEP doesn't touch that, because we are afraid that if every state gives education in its own language, then India will break apart. Totally stupid. Because the Indian languages having a common Manas Gangotari, the Srota, common Srota, share, Indian languages share vocabulary. And it is not just the words, it is the vocabulary of thought. Indian languages share the vocabulary of thought. Just look at two movements. the movement of translating epics, which started in 10th century with Kamban's Ramayana and ended in 15th century with Shankaradeva translating Valmiki Ramayana, by moving right over across country. And look at the vernacularization process, which started Ramanujacharya talking, giving exposition of Brahma Sutras in Tamil. The Chola king asking him to go away. And he went to Mandya. The Mandya king welcomed him, sent him to Malkote, Narsingha Mandir. For 12 years, even today you have his seat there. For 12 years he expounded Brahma Sutra in Tamil. And then Gyaneshwar, Marathi, Hemachandra, Gujarati, and Meera, and Guru, and you go on. And then you look at the Bhakti movement all over India, all different languages, but all carrying the same substance. So, the care because we, on one hand, we are very proud. We say unity in diversity, which is wrong. In fact, we should talk about variety in unity. It's not diversity in unity. It is variety in unity. And we're scared, so we don't say ek medium Angrezi, lingua franca Angrezi. I mean, how can you have a lingua franca of 9 or 10% of people? And forgetting that, in our country, a lingua franca has always evolved on its own. You see? And the language of the traders and the language of the sadhus, for whom there were no political boundaries at any time, they're traveling across. In fact, in the 6th century, by 6th century AD, the Silk Route had carried the Indian vocabulary of thought all over Asia. Hindi, some kind of Hindi, spoken Hindi, call it Hindustani, whatever. Its intelligibility is now more than 80%. It wasn't like that in the 60s. Thanks partly to Hindi films, thanks partly to the general dynamics of the country. If you want a job in another state from where you belong, you pick up the language. So it's CIIL. Anyways, so these are all involved in this colonization and decolonization. Let me get back to what is a colonized mind. What are the features of it? How does the colonized mind think? I will just list a few. First of all, a colonized Indian mind abandons its native philosophical attitude. What is that? You ask any Indian, he will say, sir, जो दिखता है वो पूरा सच नहीं है. You see, जो दिखता है, what is visible, what you see is not the whole truth. It's a very common attitude. Ask anybody. Ask a rickshaw wala, ask कि भैया देखो ये तो है, ये है पर ये नहीं है, ये बहुत है इसके आगे पीछे बहुत है. See, I am not talking about the शास्त्रायिक प्रतिभाषिक सत्ता, तत्वार्थिक सत्ता, परमार्थिक सत्ता. I'm talking a very common philosophical attitude कि जो दिखता है वो हमेशा पूरा सच नहीं है. आकाश दिखता है, ब्लू स्काई, पर आप उसको हाथ नहीं लगा सकते, वो है नहीं. You go on moving, it's not there. So जो दिखता है, जिसको फायर फ्लाई कहते हैं, उसमें कोई फायर नहीं है. You see? वो जुगनू जो है उसमें रोशनी है और कोई सोर्स ऑफ लाइट नहीं है. तो देयर इज, एवरीबॉडी विल टेल यू कि जो दिखता है वो पूरा सच नहीं है. कई बार वो सच भी नहीं है, वो सच है ही नहीं. यू नो, रियल लगता है, एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता. यू सी, रियल लगता है पर एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता. एनीवेज, So a kind of subjectivity of all phenomena. This is the Indian point of view. Subjectivity of all phenomena. We all construct our own reality. We don't deny that there is a reality out there. There is a reality. It's real. Hindus do not deny the existence of reality. Nor did Shankaracharya, who was maligned by the English translation when Maya was translated as illusion. Maya is not illusion. Maya is construct. Construct. So the world that I say, this world, it's my construct. No two persons construct the same world. This subjectivity of phenomena. कॉफी का कप लीजिए, दो सहेलियां बैठ के कॉफी पिएंगी, एक कहेगी बड़ी बढ़िया कॉफी है, दूसरी कहेगी ये कहाँ बढ़िया है, मैं तुम्हें वहां लेके जाऊंगी, वहां बढ़िया कॉफी. We can't agree on any, we differ on everything. No two human beings can have the same perspective or perception because they don't occupy the same space. Their egocentric space is different. So everything is different. So this is first. An educated Indian gives up or is made to give up or does not get the opportunity to acquire the traditional philosophical attitude of the subjectivity of all phenomena. That's one. Second, there is a kind of, in every Indian, basically you see, it is the Sanatan civilization. I often say Indian civilization is knowledge centered. Indian culture is value oriented. Indian society is kartavya parak, duty oriented. Not like the constitution, fundamental rights. In no family, the eldest son will talk about his fundamental right. He will only talk about his duty. If there are younger sisters to marry, he will marry them all. If there is a brother to be educated, he will educate him. He will never say, I earn the money, why should I spend on others? So our Samaj is duty oriented. And our Chetana across India, there is a consciousness of a unified entity, ekatamta. It is cultural. Partly culture by culture, I mean, it is of thought, art, music and all that. But you see, there is an ekatamta. And there is a, if you want to define the identity of this civilization, it is what the Sanatan, the Shashwata, which is so open, which accepts everything. Everything is accepted. You see, the Swavikalpaja Vada Baudha Mata. Everybody, given his own predilection, creates his own Vada, system of belief. All are right, says Bhartrihari. But Ekatma Buddhi, a unifying intellect, Sarvavad Avirodhini, there is a unifying intellect which is not opposed to any particular way of thinking. This common, what is this unified sensibility, consciousness? That is, all beings, all life is sacred. All life is sacred. All beings are sacred. ये फुस करके वो ब्लैक एंड रेड लगा के मच्छर मारना और ये सब चीजें मारना जो वैसे भी शहरों की बीमारियां हैं. Although we blame हरियाणा for the दिल्ली पराली, कि दिल्ली में बड़ा पोल्यूशन है क्योंकि हरियाणा के गांव में पराली जलाते हैं और क्योंकि दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन है तो बीमारियां फैलती हैं. We forget to ask कि जहां पराली जलती है वहां तो बीमारियां नहीं होती, वहां तो बीमारियां नहीं होती, बीमारियां तो यहाँ होती हैं। तो उनकी पराली से यहाँ बीमारी कैसे होती है? There is this, all life is sacred. Even today, you will find people who will not kill. कॉकरोच को भी नहीं मारेंगे, नहीं मारते, उड़ा देंगे चीज को, भगा देंगे, मारेंगे नहीं. But this sanctity of life, you see, this is what our mothers, they feed the sparrows. Our fathers, grandfathers, they feed the ants, particularly in the rainy season. They go searching in the evening for ant holes. उनको जाके चीनी आटा डालते हैं, क्योंकि उनको भी. I once had an old vegetable seller, old man, who when he brought vegetable, he will sit down and he will take out about 100 grams or 200 grams of cheese and make small pieces. And so many mice and rats will come and they will eat. And I asked him once, Baba ji, ये क्यों करते हो? Why do you do this? He said, भाई इनको भी तो खाना है ना, they have to eat. इनको मैं खिला देता हूँ, फिर ये कोई उत्पात नहीं मचाते. Then they do nothing. Everything, my vegetable, everything remains intact. They don't. So this sanctity, sacredness of life, the educated Indian abandons it. What is sacred? We don't know what is sacred, because we go by the sacredness of the Western mind, where God is distant. There is a line between God. God is outside the creation. And there is a line between God and us. If we cross that line, it is transgression. And we speak against him, it is heresy. But here, हम कृष्ण के कृष्ण हमारा, हमको तो उसका घोड़ा बना ले, कृष्ण का घोड़ा बना ले. There is no transgression. There is no heresy. God is a friend. God is not a constable. You see? But the point, sanctity comes from where? From where does sacredness of everything come? It comes from the concept of Brahman. Brahman, Vedantic Brahman, because Brahman is energy principle. It is immanent in Brahmanda. See the word is telltale. The egg-shaped universe, the elliptical universe. The entire universe is permeated by this energy principle. And our conception of universe is, it is a mass of energized matter, in which forms arise and forms collapse. And new forms are born anew. I was not there 100 years ago. I'll not be there another 20 years later. I am in between. I'm a bubble, a form that has appeared in the energized matter, and it will collapse. Now, because the Hebraic God is outside the universe, he observes. But our Brahman is immanent in everything, is present in everything. सब जीवों में है. So सब जीव sacred है, sanctity है उनकी. अब ये इतनी बात तो समझाने के लिए सिलेबस से बाहर निकल के, करिकुलम से बाहर निकल के उपनिषद पढ़ने पड़ेंगे, तब थोड़ी सी बात समझ आएगी. दूसरा, third, you see, again, because sanctity involves another thing. You see, what imparts sanctity is the real self of everything, the self, the life principle in everything. And that life principle, you see, when in Chandogya Upanishad, there is a description of how, when a mother conceives, how the embryo develops, and how on a sudden day it starts ticking. The life enters. No science yet knows from where that ticking comes and how. It starts ticking. And it is that ticking, that life principle, which is sacred. Therefore, in Indian thought, this abortion is looked at in three ways: from the point of view of law, from the point of view of the mother society, and from the point of view of morality, ethics. Abortion is bhroon hatya. It's a murder because life has begun. And socially, Kautilya gives the right to the mother. She alone can decide if she has been, let's say, has been unfortunate as a small girl, raped, and she bears a child. Kautilya gives her the right, to decide, not the society, nobody else. And interestingly, legally, in Arthashastra, punishment for raping an unmarried, particularly nubile girl, is death with torture. Death with torture, because there are two kinds of death penalties in Arthashastra: simple hanging, shooting, and all that, and death with torture. Death with torture is the punishment. Our Burma Commission sat for 3 years, was given a government bungalow, a car, and so many offices. After 2-3 years, he produced a document, which had explanatory psychology. And our judges recently, a man who had been given life imprisonment for raping a minor girl, our judges recently reduced his life punishment to a few years because they said, we have to give a chance to a man to improve himself, evolve, the evolutionary, the social Darwinism. You see, in the Hindu thought system, the karma theory is unique. You see, the Greeks, when they fall on bad times, they blame fate. When the Christians fall on bad time, they blame original sin. But when a Hindu falls on bad time, he has nothing to blame but himself. मेरे कर्मों की गति है, कर्मों की गति न्यारी, और कर्म का फल तो भुगतना पड़ेगा. You cannot blame God. In that celebrated dialogue in Mahabharata between Draupadi and Yudhishthira, this question is debated. Who is responsible? The immediate point is, who is responsible for a dharmic Yudhishthira and the Pandavas spending 12 years in the forest, exiled, eating only plain rice, while Duryodhana is in his palace, plush bed, eating from utensils of silver and saying, I know dharma, I'm not interested. But the dharma, Yudhishthira, Dharmika, and his brothers, each one of them had the power to upturn the Kaurav Sabha. Each one had the strength. They would have turned upside down the Kaurav Sabha. But when the eldest brother left with his eyes down, each one of them followed him. The Draupadi says this to him. Says, you are dharma, follow dharma. But what has dharma given you? And I can't help, it is not pertinent here, But I can't help repeating Yudhishthir's reply. I have never followed dharma in my life, thinking of what I will get out of it. Those who follow dharma from that point of view, वो धर्म के व्यापारी हैं. They are traders in virtue. मैंने कभी भी धर्म का रास्ता इसीलिए नहीं अपनाया कि मुझे मिलेगा क्या, मिलेगा क्या. And then it is the कि मनकों की माला टूटती है और मन के बिखरते हैं, नदी के किनारे का पेड़ गिरता है, ये सब भगवान की इच्छा से होता है. तो जो आपके साथ हो रहा है, से द्रौपदी, वो भी उसकी इच्छा से हो रहा है. That means even God is not interested in dharma and adharma. And then Yudhishthira explains at length. No, it's not God, it's karma. Our karma. He says, I played. जुआ तो मैंने खेला जुआ. भगवान ने नहीं कहा मुझे कि तुम जुआ खेलो. See? Anyways, I'm going too far. The point is, there is that spiritual self, the transcendental and the material. They go together. And intertwining is what makes everything sacred. So much so that you all must have known when we were young, if there was a printed paper lying on a piece of paper or a book lying down, we touched it with our feet. The mother will say, इसको पैर लगा रहा है, इसको उठा के माथे पे लगाओ. You see? And the Vespa scooter, which in the 50s or 60s served a man greatly, the man has moved on to Mercedes, but the Vespa scooter still stands in his courtyard. The reverence, shraddha, sanctity of what something or someone has done for you. That's why, when a Hindus श्राद्ध करते हैं, तो आखिरी श्राद्ध भीष्म पितामह का करते हैं. Bhisham Pitama had no children, but is a grand sire because he has contributed to the very making of our civilization and of ourself. So we are told by our elders that जब भी भगवान के सामने thanks करो, you should always thank some unknown persons who have contributed to your growing up. Maybe you were as a child walking on the road, you were looking this side, and a cycle or a bullock was about to hit you, and some man, just pushed you aside and saved you. So, how many people have contributed to my growing up? To be thankful to them. So this is the principle of sanctity. We have abandoned all these things, you see. Now it's I. I have done this, my project, my initiative and all that. Third, the religious tolerance, the principle of tolerance. बहुत बात होती है. Tolerance. In the sense that the very concept, it implies the very concept of vidhata, dissimilarity, not being alike and yet being one. 84 लाख योनियां, 84 लाख, कोई ऊपर नीचे नहीं है. कर्मों के अनुसार अगले जन्म में क्या बनेंगे या पिछले जन्म में क्या थे, we don't know. It's a very powerful theory. It could be a construct. I don't deny. I also know, after all, what was Mahatma Buddha's great contribution. Mahatma Buddha's great contribution was that he shifted the Hindu mind from ritual to reason. And Buddhist logic शैचर बस्की का किताब, सारी दुनिया में बुद्धिस्ट लॉजिक पढ़ाया जाता है. Reason is a very important epistemology for us, but we have not made it superordinate. तर्क बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, तर्क और अनुमान के लिए, बट तार्किक बुद्धि को बहुत अच्छी बुद्धि नहीं माना जाता. आम भाषा में कहते हैं बड़ा बहसी है, ये बड़ा बहसी है, बहुत बहस करता है. एंड भर्तृहरि इन वाक्यपदीय says, Tark cannot tell you why the well water is cold in summer and warm in winter. Tark cannot tell you how one diamond is superior to the other. Tark cannot tell you which tea leaf is superior to other. A tea taster finds it not by logic. And a diamond पारखी, हीरे का पारखी, वो तर्क से नहीं जाता. So there are domains we agree accept which are outside this. So there is this assumption of things which we may not know. We do not know. But unlike some people who think what they don't know is not worth knowing, and it's not worth knowing at all, we believe that everything is valuable. Every cognition is valuable. Although we are advised by our elders, by our shastras, to examine every cognition very carefully, because no two persons have the same cognition about an object, and the same man does not have the same cognition about that object in the morning and in the evening. He may change. So cognitions have to be examined very carefully, but they are not to be rejected. Not to be rejected. Nobody's cognition is to be rejected. So Vipra Baudha Vadanti. वो तो बड़ा common है. There is a truth out there, but we don't know what it is. Everybody predicates in his own way. And next, Indians have a kind of civility, average Indian, a humility, civility born of humility. I will give you an example. When I was traveling to that village, 100 kilometers from Delhi, I used to drive my own car. And my Mrs. wife used to sit next to me. I was 70-year-old, she was 70-year-old. We looked 70-year-old. And we used to go through a village, a town, small town. At the end of the town, there was a bridge, and to cross that bridge and then go on. But one day, there was a jam, traffic jam. And we halted, and I had a selection committee in the university. So I parked the car and left. An SUV came from the other side. It returned from that jam. And in that, some jats were sitting. And there were 1 or 2 old jats and 3, 4 young, and a young one was driving. So as the car came, suddenly that SUV turned towards us. And an old man came out and asked me, okay, where you want to go? I said, I want to go to Kanpur Kalan, sir. I am in that university. There is a jam and I have to read. He says, follow us. You follow us. And through intricate village lanes, his was a big wheeled SUV, but they drove slowly, every time looking back that I am following. After about 24 kilometers, they reached their village. So they stopped. And again the old man came out, another man came out. He said, sir, this is our village. Now this road No, this road straight 7 kilometers will take you to your Kanpur Kalam. But before you move, please come and have tea with us. Have something. कुछ खा के जाइए. I said नहीं जी, लेट हो गए हैं. बहुत कहा, कुछ खा के जाइए. नहीं. Then he said he said to his son, you leave them right up to the university. You see, university. I said, sir, अब तो सीधा रास्ता है, it is straight. What is the problem? He said, no, you are old. I saw your Delhi number on your car, Delhi number, and I saw you are outsider, and you will have problem. So even if it is straight, suppose there is some problem in the way, so he will have. So that gentleman left us there. This is a civility born of great humility. And sir, you will find it in all parts of India. All parts of India. If you go to a tea shop and you are dressed like a city man, the tea shop owner, he will say, "Aiye, aiye." His bench will be very clean. But before he asks you to sit, he will take his gamcha and again wipe the bench and say, sit down. Sit down. This I have experienced in a village near, that south में क्या airport है, Kaladi के पास, Shankara गांव में. I have experienced this in Garo Hills, and last I experienced it at 11 in the night when I was traveling from Calcutta to Kadam. Same attitude. They will wipe this and say, sit down. There is a civility born of humility. Humility is more important. The other man is more important than I am. For me, that. Then, sir, education. What is education for us? Now, I'll tell you something. In the same village, there was a young teacher with me, Ajit Singh, a very tall, handsome Jat. So he and I went out to have tea. We sat down, and there was an old Jat sitting there. So we were talking. He asked this young Jat, young boy, what do you do? क्या काम करे से? क्या काम करते हो तुम? उसने कहा जी मैं पढ़ाता हूं. अरे वो तो ठीक है, पर काम क्या करते हो? मैं पढ़ाता हूं, I teach. अरे वो तो ठीक है, काम क्या करते हो? You see, teach what? That is more important. What do you teach? क्या करते हो? क्या सिखाते हो? तुमसे पढ़ के कौन क्या जाता है? Our notion of education, the student learns not only what the teacher teaches in the class, but he learns by looking at the teacher. He learns by the way the teacher walks. He learns by his values. He learns by the way he talks in the class or outside. He learns by how the teacher talks to people. It's a total Guru Shishya, the teacher and the student. There is a particular relationship. I experienced some time back, many years back now, and Ananya brought some American students, and she conducted something, and she took me to Bangalore, and we were having breakfast. I was sitting alone, and then some Indian American boy, young boy, came, sat next to me, and said, "Hello." I said, "You kind of like teaching?" He asked me, "You like teaching?" Ananda listened to the question. She immediately came and she told him to move away, to go away. No Indian student will ask these questions. आपको अच्छा लगता है? आप करते क्या हो? I guess. I appreciated the knife. I appreciate the knife because, it helps me spread the butter on the bread. So I appreciate the knife. This kind of civility, which is one of the part of this teacher-student relationship. It's not a money transaction. It's not a monetary transaction at all. It's a very different transaction. And secondly, education for us meant that the student put in his mind some key Shastras ideas. You see, Bhakti Kavi Kabir ke dohe, Chabani yaad. A Panwadi will sing to you Ramcharitmanas. A Calcutta boatman will sing to you the Tagore songs. But me, Professor Kapoor, when I try to sing Kabir Doha, I will utter one line and I will look this way and that. Can somebody suggest the second line? The second line. Can I see that? You see? So this is the characteristic we have a particular in our education, traditional education. The epics have a particular place because the epics contain characters who are ideal for us, who are our ideals. So they have a particular place. As you know, they have no place in our education these days. Quickly again, basis of ethics. The basis of ethics for us are not commandments. हमारे जो जीवन मूल्य हैं, व्यक्ति के जीवन मूल्य, अर्पण, समर्पण, तर्पण, और समाज के जो मूल्य हैं, उत्सव, उपवास, उपासना, these values do not come to us as commandments. The meek shall inherit the earth. Judge not lest ye be judged. No, they don't come as commandments. They come to us from a very deep understanding that your neighbor is you yourself. You are your own friend and you are your own enemy. Brahma atam ekatva bodhena moksha siddhayati na anyatha. Shankaracharya. It is when you realize your oneness with all that you will be liberated by no other means. In Bhaja Govindam he says, पानिनी के धातु पाठ याद कर लो, उससे मोक्ष नहीं मिलेगा. शब वाग वैखरी शब्द झड़ी शास्त्र व्याख्यान ये सब कर लो, इससे मोक्ष नहीं मिलेगा. जब आपको ये रियलाइजेशन होगी that you are one with everyone else. The Bhagavad Gita says to see yourself in others and others in yourself. Therefore, not do to others what you will not like others to do to you. So this is from there that our values come. And Jnana, knowledge, is power. That is the Western metaphor. Our metaphor is knowledge is purifier. It is by purifying it gives you power. But this is a power over your own self. So we, from our childhood, are advised to control not only our action, even movement of our limbs. अगर बहुत ऐसे ऐसे करके चले तो ग्रैंडफादर से ये क्या ऐसे बाजू मटका रहा है. If you stand there and start laughing when elderly people are talking, they will say क्यों दांत दिखा रहा है खड़ा होके यहाँ. You see, I remember once in JNU when I was the dean, When I became the dean, I earned the reputation of being a headmaster. One day I went into the common area and I found a boy standing like this with his buttons open, coat ka, or coat aise or aise. So I went and I took his arm down. I put his coat together and tied the button and I said, this is not a garden. सिमट के रहो, सिमट के, चलना भी सिमट के, बोलना भी सिमट के, कर्म भी सिमट के करना है. Control over all these things. I think I have taken too much time. I have, let me just make a few sentences that this is colonized mind and the cause is the education and the solution is in the Central Institute of Indian Languages. If you want to decolonize the Indian mind, just do one thing. Make state languages the medium of instruction. You have to do nothing else. Just make that. Automatically, your own knowledge will come in, your texts will come in. It will not break the country because all Indian languages share the kinds of things that I am talking about. They all share these things. Nothing of these things is alien to anyone. And when Indians use their own language, learn through their own languages, they will acquire a shared value system, a shared ideas, and people will come closer to each other. It is English which divides. Indian languages will unite. Unfortunately, NEP, which has been lauded for three things. One, making Indian languages medium. Second, Indian knowledge part of the content. And third, promoting Indian languages. But I'm sorry, all this has been done with great diffidence, darte darte. Wherever possible, kindly read that NEP. Wherever possible, the mother tongue, that concept, I think somebody didn't tell them that that's not the correct concept. But anyways, by that they meant the language spoken in the area. Wherever possible, the mother tongue shall be the medium till class 5 and maybe 8 and maybe wherever possible. So English is possible everywhere, but Indian languages are possible only somewhere. Again, you're creating class. You see, there'll be those who will learn through English and there will be those who will learn through Indian languages. And you will be doing nothing, no change, no liberation, no knowledge content will come. You can set up any number of IKS units, you can syllabus committees, you can set up curriculum committees. Nothing will happen unless you teach the students in their own language from class 1 to research. Class 1 to research. In our 4-volume language report, we have made these recommendations. It was a 20-member committee, but unfortunately, it was not politically correct, its recommendations or whatever. It was shelved. And by chance, the last but one education minister happened to talk about things, called me and some others, and we were able to convince Indian knowledge and this. But Indian knowledge, how will Indian knowledge come? Through English. Which books, which disciplines, what texts? How do you, are you going to make the Indian knowledge icing on the cake? Or are you going to make it the matrix? And the other knowledge, Chinese, European. You see, we've been saying Eurocentric, wrong. Indian education has not been Eurocentric. I wish it were. We would have read German philosophers. We would have read French. We would have read Norwegian sagas. It was Anglo-American centric. education. It was not Eurocentric. So how do you get away? How do you bring in? How will you do that? You can create any number. I will end with my recommendation is very clear, and CIIL should work for it. Make state languages the medium of instruction. Lord Macaulay in 1835, I think at the end of March, it was signed, and next day it was implemented. And Macaulay was asked, my friend Macaulay, because he knew what he wanted and he knew how to do it. You see, he was not being, diffident, and he was asked, would this create problems? He said, yes. But then the problems are for the departments of education to handle. We are framing the policy. We have to frame the policy. The policy is we have to produce Indians who are not only Indians in appearance, but in their opinions, values, morals, and intellect are Indian. And this you will be able to do only if you teach them in their languages. I will not quote Aurobindo. You have all read Aurobindo, that if a community loses its language, it loses its voice. You see, it loses its voice. And I will give an example which I gave in a CABE meeting, that in the villages in the winter, when our grandmothers and mothers, they knit sweaters, the wool gets enmeshed. Wool जो है उलझ जाती है. And the wise old woman with great concentration searches for that one thread which when she pulls, the entire thing unravels. Your education is enmeshed wool. You want to do many things, but the one thread you pull and everything will fall in place. And that one thread is make Indian languages the medium of all Indian languages, state language, medium of instruction from class 1 to 12, and make it suddenly. Make it by an order. Nothing will happen. Everything will fall into place. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Professor Kapoor, for this wonderful, insightful lecture. It has left us very, very much grown up, because your lectures are always full of wisdoms that leave us in a mix of lucid and intricate, in a mix of familiar and unfamiliar, in a mix of insightful and implementable ideas. Thank you so much for this wonderful talk, sir. Since we have very little time, it may not be possible to take questions right now, but I'm sure we'll be writing to you. You have left us with some ideas that would be taken up for implementation at CIIL also, and I am very sure the idea gained from your talk would be very, very useful in developing them further. And this is the time we wait for lunch. Thank you so much, sir, and we look forward to listening to you again. Wish you a good health. For the audience, I would like to inform you that we break for lunch right now, and we come back within 40 minutes so that we catch up with the time. And the next couple of 3 lectures are in person here, for which there will be a slight alteration in the schedule. We'll inform you as soon as we collect here again. Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you very much, sir. I take leave. Sabko namaskar. I take leave, sir.
Thank you, Kapoor sir, for your such an insightful lecture, sir. Always listening to you, sir. Very insightful.
Okay.
ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದೇನಾದ್ರು ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದಾ?
ಅದು ಚೆಕ್
lecture series, lecture schedules. So now the lecture is from Professor Gyaneshwar Chaube, and the topic is the first settler of India, a genetic perspective. So I would like to invite Vijayalakshmi Madam to introduce Professor Gyaneshwar Chaube.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಗುಡ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ನೂನ್. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಊಟದ ನಂತರದ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನದ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾರಂಭ ನಮ್ಮ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಜ್ಞಾನೇಶ್ವರ್ ಚೌಬೆ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಭಾಷಣದಿಂದ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅವರು ಬನಾರಸ್ ಹಿಂದೂ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಿಂದ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಅವರ MSc ಡಿಗ್ರಿಯನ್ನ VBS ಪೂರ್ವಾಂಚಲ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದಿಂದ ಪಡೆದಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಡಾಕ್ಟರೇಟ್ ಪದವಿಯನ್ನ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಟಾರ್ಟು ಎಸ್ಟೋನಿಯಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಪಡೆದವರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಅನೇಕ ಕಾಲಗಳನ್ನ ಹೊರ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಕಳೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯ ಮತ್ತು is more interested in both our Indian tradition, mythology of Mahabharata and Ramayana. He has many of his foreign publications, most of them related with the genetics, where we go back to our inheritance and we look into our genes from where we have inherited, which is not apart from our language. It is with the language also we relate our most of our talk or speech or our language part also. He has a lot of works on COVID also, COVID-19, where he has done the papers on impact of linguistic and genetic isolates of India. Then other papers are like genetic and linguistic non-correspondence with the tribes of South Asia, and many of these works are related to the genetics and to the field of genealogy, where we have if you look into the historical perspective of the languages, we go back to the genealogical classification or the genetics of the language. I now ask our speaker of the day, Sir Gyaneshwar Chaube, to take the stage and take us into the world of Nyan, where we will get into our ancestral development of the day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for your kind introduction. First, I'd like to congratulate all of you for your 54th Foundation Day. And it is a great honor for me to be here. And also, I'm speaking in front of the legacy, like Professor Mishra, who is sitting here, and some of them were there earlier. So this is the question which we asked from the beginning. And this is one of the question which is around 150 years older, that who are we and how did we reach here? So today's talk is clarifying three questions, three basic questions, and thanks to the technological advancement, because of that, we could able to reach to this answer. So if we look to the genetics, archaeology, and linguistics, these are three major disciplines which study the human origin and migration. So all these three, no, I'm not pushing. That's fine. Yeah, that's okay. So all these three disciplines, they tell different stories. Why? Let us see. Archaeology says that the earliest human was found even 74,000 years back. There was Toba eruption, and Toba eruption has not erased the humanity to South Asia. So And genetics says that most of the humanity that reached to South Asia something like 40 to 60,000 years back. And the South Asian genetic ancestry is mostly autochthonous. It has originated in the subcontinent. Whereas sorry. Yeah. So whereas linguistics says that none of the language which is being spoken currently So this is all about the R1A. There is a question that many people say that R1A has originated into the Tibet region, then it has been brought by the invaders to India, but here we see the Gangetic Plain region is now represented of 95% of the R1A. So this is the R1A, which has originated something like 4,000 years back into the Ganga Basin, and that has
People are able to listen to you.
and if we look to the connecting thread which could associate the South Asian linguistic and genetic diversity, here we see there is a one branch which is coming from the north, and then all the population of India are connecting to this branch. Where you see the Pakistani, some people are here, some population are here. So a single branch, a single foundation is actually connecting the whole South Asian population. So our next question was whether there is a continuity of our population, which has, let's say, 2,000, 3,000, 10,000, 20,000 years older, or there is a discontinuity. So just to understand this, we took the information from our old scripture, that is Ramayana, and from Ramayana we collected the information that there are 12 green goats, which has been mentioned there. So these population, if they are mentioned in the old scripture, it means they have their existence since 7,000 years back. So we look to the ancestry of this population compared with the modern population of India. And when we started with one paper, but we finally understood that one paper would not tell the whole story. We published 7 papers on this, and still there are 2 papers which are on the pipeline in this. So here you see this is the Indian climb, all the Indian population they are present here. Coal is falling here, ghee is falling here, gold is falling here. These are the population which are making the basic backbone of Indian ancestry. They are the one who have been here since long time, and their ancestry is making the backbone of the South Asian population. Here you could see in a much better way that the coal and ghee are here, Norwegian tribes, Indo-European tribes. So these groups, and here you see that again dark green color is presented on all the population of South Asia, showing that these populations they share a common ancestry. And here with further analysis, which again shows that these 3 populations they are interwoven, their genetic ancestry is also very deeply connected with each other. The other population of India, either it's a coast population, or it's a tribe population, all of them have this fundamental basic genetic ancestry. So we conclude that there is no any genetic signal which would suggest that there is any very recent migration, and also there is no population replacement which has happened in this region. The genetic component which is shared among different populations is primarily founded on a basic component by coal green bone, and the prehistoric tribal group coal green bone mentioned in Ramayana. They share the common heritage which has been founded on the basic South Asian gene pool. I would like to acknowledge because this is the work where we need a lot of samples, a lot of expertise. So we also use the geneticists, we use the linguists, we use the archaeologists, we use the anthropologists. So all, and this is our group. We have few people working on the genetic history of Indian population. And there are a few funding from different regions. And if we think that there is a genetic unity, even like there was a news from the Times of India. It showed that if you pick 2 random people from any 2 regions of India, there are chances from 0% to 95% that they would understand their language. But what we would say, we say that if you pick any 2 persons from any part of India, you would have 30%, minimum 30% of their genes in common, and 100%, 30 to 100% of the genes in common. So we share more genes comparing to any other part of the world or any other part of the region, and we have been founded on a basic component which is mainly related to coal, green, and gold population. I'm grateful to Director Sir for inviting me here. Thank you very much for your kind presence. If you have some question, I'd be happy to take. Thank you. Yes, sir.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ
classification. Linguistic classification is associated with the region, like Indo-European Northern region, that every region, and also region. So best thing in India is like if we divide with the region, east, west, north, south, northern, central, east, perfectly, but to make people understand, we use the linguistic classification. Like, dog. How to speak. I would like to know exactly as to why. You see, you have not included the in Andaman. In the Andaman, the tribals relating to the Negrito, because that is one of the oldest, supposed to be oldest, more than 70 to 80,000 years back. Culture, even today, they are living as a naked tribe. So that is, of course, some stories that there was some shipwreck and all, but that's all that cannot be accepted. And still, even today, we have not been able to do genetic analysis of them. For that going to those areas was very difficult. That is one. Now, another thing is that from the find you said that the it's originated from. There is another theory that is from the Ural Altai. What we have studied. Of course, this is a question of you're not genetic, but the racial. I am really unable to understand the word. Connecting the whole story, mythological story of Ramayana to the genetic classification is basically let us leave politics aside and let us more. How do we get Ramayana to this scientific study?
So let us answer one by one. First, it is the Andaman Islanders. There is a data, but only one group, like secondly, their data is not at all available. But Tongi's data, Decolonizing data, they are available. So these are the population which share a common ancestry with Indian population, something like 20 years back. So these population, they have contact with the
the Indian population. Probably there was a group of people who either they just went to the out of Africa migration, something like 60, 70,000 years back, stayed there. Then there was a clean flow. Or there was a one group of Indian population 25,000 years back, went back to Andaman. So this question has not yet been solved, but there are few things. It says that Andaman has 3 kinds of ancestry. One is associated with India. Second, associated with Australia or PNG. Our third ancestry is associated with Negrito, which are present in Malaysia. So these 3 ancestries usually associated with Andaman. Now, your second question was related with the one there. Yeah, so Dravidian. Yeah, so Dravidian, the earlier linguistics. Right. So, no, we all from Africa actually. Everyone is from Africa. No, I mean this is everyone has accepted that modern human has originated to Africa, then moved out of Africa. There is no question on this. Linguistics also support this. Okay, geneticists also support this. Then archaeologists also support. But okay. We are talking about thing which has happened 60,000 years back. Let us settle this. Then we come further, 20,000, 10,000, 5,000, 3,000, but let us first settle. Let us not talk about Indo-Aryan. Okay? Let us talk about the first human which has settled to India, and that came from Africa. This is 100% right. So if you have some argument about this, but there should be some solid. There's no one at all.
In fact, in US, we have got data, also references regarding this. I also reviewed, it is for the Journal of Statistics also from Calcutta, that journal, a review of the origin of the human population. So that article I have referred to it, and then the question to connect refinement that I would like to know. Not because it is we cannot science. Let us not bring in political issues here.
No one is bringing politics. Here we are bringing the solid data. And that data, what tells not really give that information. It may change tomorrow, and it may change even after 20 years. But what is the current common consensus? That's what I am telling you. There is also no one in Sonia that I know that who said that the human has not migrated out of Africa. So if we bring Dravidian, this is not older than, let's say, 6,000 years. And we are talking about the thing which has happened 60,000 years back. So let us leave this 60,000 years back migration. You may have your own studies about it, but what majority of them, they say that there was out of Africa migration, and all non-African people, they derive from a migration which has happened from Africa to rest of the part of the world. Okay, second thing is about Dravidian.
Does not relate to Dravidians. The Negrito family or the Negrito race cannot be related to Dravidians.
We have the Veda data, and what Veda says that they have some Iranian kind of like U7 ancestry. So Veda is also mixed population. It is not very very unique or very different. So maybe they are isolated, but still their genetic ancestry is shared. Various kind of.
They are supposed to be very ancient. They live in today, they live in cave and genetic study curriculum needs to be done to establish
Yeah, definitely.
politics provide understand.
And even if we bring the Indo-Aryan question, there is no major migration to India. So far, the data says the same thing. There is no major migration to India, that a block of people has just came to India, replaced Indian population. Only India is the region where we have several group of mixed. There is nothing like a replacement. In Europe, we see replacement. In Australia, we see replacement. There is no replacement which has happened to South Asia. There is no huge group which has migrated, let's say 5,000, 10,000. Our whole system has already settled. Yeah, definitely.
The three communities, both Jarvas, Ongis, and Andamanese. And Andamanese also have many groups also. Then you have got Mongoloid group, which is distinctly different. Even culture-wise also they are distinctly different. So that's the reason why I asked this.
Yeah, the Nicobaris and then the other group which is there in Andaman, they share their very close recent ancestry with South Asia, not with South Asia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for taking us to the virtual journey of a genetic world. And wonderful presentation on the first settler of India, even stating or concluding that all Indians are settlers of India. Thank you very much, sir. So moving to the next part, I would like to call Professor Rajesh Sachdeva, sir, on his lecture on role of RLCs in language pedagogy. Sir, please take it. Before proceed Rajesh Sachdeva sir's lecture, I would like to I'd like to call Prem sir to introduce him.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I'll introduce myself. Let's save the time. If I have to still introduce after serving 50 years, I think it's not worth it. I think you'll come to know as I speak, who am I? I'll not introduce myself. Yes, I was working here for a very, very long time. This institute is not only the director's institute, it's our institute equally. So it was not only Dr. Patnaik's institute, it's equally Rajesh, equally Jennifer's, equally Rekha's, equally Sudhir's, and equally Dr. Gowda and Shastri and Giridhar and so many of us who contributed. But I would like to begin on a slightly emotive front. I want to pay homage to many of my colleagues who have departed over years, who had served this institute to the best of their ability. Some very recently, today is Dr. Kafo's birthday. He was the only Naga officer we had. 17th of July is his birthday, and he passed away just a few months back. Dr. Barua, who was serving in the RLCs and was here, he's not here. Dr. Burman, who was the principal of the RLC, is not with us. And my WRLC colleagues, my friends from UTRC, Dr. Kaul is not there, my colleagues here, Dr. Sharma, my Rangila. So many dedicated souls who came here to serve the institute and gave their very best their entire lives. Dr. Patnaik, some of them served much longer than you did to the institute. You served 20 years, sir. They served 30, 40 years and have left in the institute. And they have all contributed to the growth We are very grateful that you are here, sir, to listen. When we recollect this entire thing, we must begin with a sense of prayer for the departed, because institutions are manned by people and people have stories of their own to tell. The same institute has many, many perspectives. A lot of it has happened. And so the story of an institute cannot be told only through the eyes of a director. There are so many of us, so many events that happen. So I would like to draw I have been given the idea of talking about the RLCs. I want to situate the talk in the midst of what are we here. Today is the foundation day of this only institute in the country. You see, this country's, we all know it's so linguistically diverse and everything. Yet there is something in this country about the wisdom of this country, the maturity of this country, the participative nature of the democracy that we are, that we have planned to look after each other. And the coming into being of these institutes is a telling story of how India has managed its diversity, how India has been planning right from the beginning. If you look into the different language institutions that were set up by the ministries, the first institution to be set up was of English in 1958. The English and Foreign Languages University. So first, imagine, that was the first. Then in 1960 came Kendriya Hindi Sansthan. So the two official languages were first given their importance. Then Sanskrit was looked after. The Indian languages came into play in 1968. And then the Central Institute of Indian Languages takes birth. Dr. Patnaik is here, the founder director. And if you look into the documents of those times, of all the institutions, it's very interesting because we have done work in this institution. I remember making a presentation in the ministry to many of the people, including some members of parliament there, and who wanted to know about the institute. So we had prepared some documents and taken and shared with them. So some things are there in that. I want to, before I come to this, the RLC part, quickly let me say, I love reading the original vision of the institute. Dr. Patnaik is here, but let me read it for him. Just the main objective of the CIIL, the proposed Bharatiya Bhasha Sansthan, should be to assist in and coordinate the development of Indian languages, to bring about the essential unity of Indian languages through scientific study and interlinguistic research, and to promote the mutual enrichment of the languages and thus contribute towards emotional integration of the people of this country. This is the vision statement. That you are wanting emotional integration. In the morning, both the JS was talking, Shastriji was mentioning about keeping our heritage together, keeping all the diverse groups together, working towards harmony. And the objective of the CIIL is that. You see so much of heterogeneity, you see so much of diversity. Let there be an institute which is guided, which tells us through interlinguistic research that there is underneath a deeper homogeneity that obtains across diversity, a harmony that comes together. Don't get caught up in the politics of conflict and debate about Hindi and Sanskrit and all that. Just discard it if you want to listen to the true story of India's own growth and the role of this institute, the kind that we have read. Just don't get caught in the political world. Lots of garbage goes in there. And look at the first objective of CIIL. Now, this is an extremely important what the vision of that harmonious growth of development of Indian languages is. The first objective of CIIL, what was the activity? To coordinate the work of the state language institutes, tribal research institutes, university departments of languages and linguistics, Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages, Kendriya Hindi Sansthan, Anthropological Survey of India, Language Division and the Registrar General's Office, and all other academic bodies or organizations. All that this is the nodal role. We are not making a cliche that it is the nodal agency. It is your first stipulated directive. of what is CIIL. And then there were all these other things about development of Sindhi and Urdu, Sindhi being the state-class language, which had witnessed the cruel partition of this country, and its land was left behind. The people came just with their languages, a stateless people, to look after them. And Urdu to look after Urdu is part of the directive of the institute. And then it talks about to have on all the minor languages and to work with social scientists and everything. If you look into the objectives of the institute, you'll realize that this is a very mature country. It has thought through its problems. It has anticipated the worlds that will emerge. All the schemes that we are talking of, endangered languages, translation mission, technology, everything is foreseen in that original document. And the institute, imagine the wisdom of those people who 50 years before the institute starts functioning has begun to anticipate. We say in language planning, to foreshadow what is going to happen in the future. This institute is foreshadowing, and to forestall the problems, to nip the problems in the that is the role of a mature organization. And the institute was there. It was Dr. Patnaik, to his credit, who made sure that we all went to different troubled areas. Somebody went to Nagaland, somebody's going to Ladakh, somebody's going to the Naxalite areas, another area. People were spreading wide and all over. They were going and meeting the people, talking to them, listening to the authentic discourses of the people. Planning was not to be some objective activity of some linguist fancy sitting here and doing it. It was done with a feeling of the ground and being in touch with that. There was this very laudable and very, I think this institute was ahead of its times. It was an idea that had arrived in time, but ahead of its time simultaneously. It was foreseen. It knew the things were to be done. Now, in that, there are two EFCs of this institute. One is of the CIIL and the other is of the RLC's EFC, which came up a little later, 2 years down the road. The RLCs are given. And what are the things that are stipulated for the RLCs? Because we have to evaluate whether we reach there. To take effective steps for implementing fully in all the states the 3-language formula. People may say, oh, 3-language formula, very this thing. Today, now in the new policy, talks of flexible. I don't know what is new in the new education policy. You're going to speak to me and the onus is on you to tell me what is new in this. I don't think there's a lot of things were anticipated in advance. To take 3-language formula. Second, this is the most important one, which I think the institute, the RLCs, did really remarkable work. To overcome the paucity of men and materials in the area of language teaching. We knew we wanted manpower. We knew we wanted materials. And teaching materials are linked to testing materials, are linked to online teaching materials, technology materials, everything. Materials, all the paucity of that. Centers were supposed to be. And then the EFC of that, when the RLCs were set up, it says, recognizing the important fact that the multilingual character of Indian life can only be ignored at the cost of creative education and participatory democracy. Creative education and participatory democracy. This is the first attempt to make the country multilingual. Wow. An institutional arrangement of resources is interesting. An idea has been invested. We will consciously strive to raise the level of multilingualism in this country. Yes, this is a multilingual country. Many people are there. Historically, people are there. Social factors are there. Grassroots multilingualism, everything there. But enhancing that, taking it further, raising the level of people's performance into that next role, and making people aware with a new sense of a new paradigm of things, a new social order to obtain. That is the challenge that the CIIL and its regional language centers are. And I must say, we had some of the very best. I was so happy Sharat Chandra Nair was there. He's such a brilliant, he's such a fantastic teacher. We had Hale Mane and Leelavati teaching Kannada. What fantastic teachers. The best of the teachers in Kannada. We had people teaching in Rajaram, Natarajan, some people teaching, giving their lives in teaching the things. People, Ram Narasimham teaching Telugu, my God, totally dedicated soul. Kaul teaching Kashmiri, Mrs. Bhatia teaching Punjabi, Lekhwani, who's still alive and in Pune, teaching Sindhi, the people teaching Marathi, Vijay Chitnis, all people. S.N. Burman is no more. He was involved in Dr. Burma was teaching Assamese. See, the scheduled languages, which are the languages we were given these centers. Look, here are the centers being given to train and create teachers and materials which will look into language teaching and take this idea that even in the Hindi world, people should learn some other Indian languages if possible. Train them. So let people from North India. So we had people coming from Madhya Pradesh learning Telugu, Tamil, and things like that. People in Punjab were learning some languages down from here. It was such an interesting work that had gone on. Even 10 years back, sir, the figures that I had were there were more than 12,000 teachers were produced. And I'm sure you've added to that number by quite a meal. So there may be 20,000 people, may have 20,000 people must have come in touch with the issue. Of course, everything was not perfect. It will never be. Things went wrong. We also had issues. And to strengthen the future of the institute, we must dwell equally on the difficulties that we came up with. For instance, the ambivalence of the state governments in putting aside their teacher. You know, we initially began with the idea that we'll take government teachers and we'll train them. But government teachers are a rare commodity. So many states don't have enough teachers in the first place. So many schools don't have the people to teach there. And for them to spare for 1 year so many teachers and be here and then to reward them with increments and everything, it was something that many of the state governments became gradually reluctant. And also to take another Indian language. So for somebody in, say, Haryana or Punjab taking Telugu or Kannada or Tamil, there were not going to be that many takers. Or that. Or how many people would be wanting to learn here Bengali and Assamese or Odia or something? Unlikely. So we went thing. We worked with people who were close. So we did cognate language teaching and non-cognate. Both kind of groups used to come to us. And we began to research on materials. So we have produced in each way. We have basic courses, advanced courses, intermediate courses of all different languages have been there. But in all that, there's a lot of experimentation. Tens of thousands of hours have been put in, man hours, in actual physical teaching, in actual experimentation, in actual testing, rewarding, and coming up with the things, in uncovering the nature of second language instruction that goes on. The largest repository of second language teaching experience is in the heart and the more bone marrows of the institute's RLC staff. So anybody who wants to talk about how second language has to be taught, if they don't look into the experience this institute has had to offer, they would be much poorer for it. All the materials in teaching of scripts, in teaching different languages, in testing different languages, in doing communicative teaching, in using technology like language laboratory for the first time, bringing that into play. All that was happening in different places and people were coming. And we have had to meet with people who were not very motivated at times, and there were some who would be motivated and perform. Over 1,100 hours that used to be spent in the RLCs, we have results of how many we could create. And we may not have been able to create that native-like competence in even one or two of them. You know, because that is, this whole idea of trying to teach languages is very nice to write documents. But actual experience of engaging, laboring, dedicated workers, even then to actually produce the results, we know how demanding it is to actually produce those results. So we feel some people have grown, they can understand many things, but their level of performance still remains between the basic and intermediate, though they have had full exposure to advanced courses also. And therefore, in the memories of the institute, in the all the workers that are coming, the laudable role that CIIL has played, the RLCs has played in taking the cause of second languages, other Indian languages, must be drawn upon for any serious thinkers who want to do on pedagogy. So the materials that are there are only very small fragment of the story that has gone on in the actual life. We may not have been reporting that much of research, but the research was happening. Everyday tests were coming. Error analysis was being undertaken. People were struggling to remove errors, and people were working on those things. So different theories of second language teaching and instruction, material, everything got tested here. It was the largest laboratory in the country, one of the largest laboratories in the world when this entire teaching thing was on. So we must, with that thing, become humble, draw on that and do that. And if tomorrow there's this restirring of hope and we want to start teaching other Indian languages to different communities, obviously CIIL must take the lead. It has done. It has done. It has years of experience. There are still people who are around and all that. Now some things in that direction. You see, the institute often did not wait for the ministry for every approval that it wanted to take. It took leadership on some fronts. I say this with a sense of pride. You see, at one time there were 13 scheduled languages, then they became 18, then they became 22. So we started teaching only 13 languages at one time in the 12 languages at one time. There were only 3 languages, 4 languages taught in South, 3 in WRLC. There was Marathi, Gujarati, and Sindhi. And then we had only Assamese, Bengali, and Odia. And then we had Punjabi, Kashmiri, and Urdu in Patiala. So these were the centers. Then we had added the 2 Urdu centers because there was this other thing. I'll come to the Urdu. Then we have set up a center in the Northeast as well. But what happened subsequently was when Santali got recognized, when Maithili got recognized, when Konkani got recognized, when Nepali got added, when Dogri was added, when Manipuri was added, the institute, even without having sanctioned positions, it put aside its own resources to allow for resource persons to be there to teach those languages so that in the public eye, the government is not seen as a discriminatory body. It is giving equal status. Yes, somebody can question you audit-wise. You did not have the sanction strength. Forget the sanctions, man. Be wedded to the idea of India. You are here to cater with a sense of justice and equality to all the languages. We will apportion a set of our resources to cater to these languages. So we'll give now less to the others if need be. We'll reduce our honorariums. We'll give less money to the trainees. But we'll give all the languages something, whatever was the size of the budget available with us, we use it optimally to distribute to all the languages and create in that. So the next leadership which wants to create permanent positions, all that, must think of creating positions that were not given, but they need to be given in time to come and all that. The last point, I think tomorrow we'll be talking more about the role of RLCs. I'll draw back upon. You see, we must recognize the centrality of languages in all education. All education happens in and through language. And there's this famous Bullock Committee report in England that all teachers are language teachers. There's nothing called language teaching being other than the subject teaching. So let me, as a teacher, give you a small example. Shall I take the liberty? Okay. What is the LCM of 4, 6, and 8? Somebody give me the answer. The whole house is yours. What is the LCM of 4, 6, and 8? 24. Right. You're right. And you're not yelling. Very good. I'll come to you. How did you? Anybody else got the answer? Okay, now he's right. How did you arrive at that? You're right, actually. Huh? And what did you calculate? See, now he's getting into the mechanic. Now I'll tell you something else. I said LCM of, right? 4, 6, and 8. What does LCM mean? Lowest common multiple. Okay, now I'll ask you, what is multiple? What are the multiples of 4? The multiples of 4 are 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. These are all multiples of 4 1s or 4 2s or 8, 4 3s or 12. What are the multiples of 6? 6, 12, 18, 24. What are the multiples of 8? 8, 16, 24, 32. 24 is a common multiple of 4, of 6, and of 8. And it is the least common multiple. It is the first. 24 is a common multiple of both 4, 6, and 8. There's also 48 coming, for instance, but it's not the least, right? It's a common multiple. I've only given you a small, I've not done maths. I've only explained language, right? All cognitive processes draw on language or from language. And I've drawn on English, right? For instance. To explain, you can't teach a subject without drawing on that. That's why when George Sudarshan, he was a Nobel laureate accompaniment of physics. He was here at the invitation of Dr. Patnaik. You know, he used to always get fantastic people to come to his. He came and gave that discourse that if somebody says, I can't teach, you know, physics in Tamil, it's not because he doesn't know Tamil, it's because he doesn't know physics. Because you can teach physics in your mother tongue. There's no problem. Don't tell me you have to draw in English to teach that. You see, it's like that. So the idea today about using the mother tongue, and there's no bigger champion of mother tongue than Dr. Patnaik, right? He has put this, the voice of CIIL will talk about mother tongue, the idea that languages are important and intrinsic component of all education, the fact that you have to live in a diverse world and draw upon a harmonious multilingual society. Don't get caught up in the bickerings and politics of language and shortchange your own destiny. You need to draw and build on the strength that is thing. And I think for any experience on drawing on language teaching, the RLC's experience has to be drawn upon. Thank you so much for listening to me in patience.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. Emotionally charged and filled with data or facts, भावना और तथ्यों का जो मूल्यांकन योग आपने प्रस्तुत किया अपने व्याख्यान में, सदा की भांति आपकी ही विशेषता है. इसके लिए आपको बहुत बहुत आभार. हमारे अगले वक्ता हमारे पूर्व निदेशक, लेकिन उनको उनका परिचय कराने के लिए प्रोफेसर अवधेश कुमार मिश्रा साहब का परिचय कराने के लिए डॉक्टर सुजय सरकार जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो मंच पर पधारें और सर का परिचय दें. उसके बाद उनका व्याख्यान होगा. डॉक्टर सर आइए.
নমস্কার, সবাইকে ফাউন্ডেশনদের শুভেচ্ছা. আমাদের এখনকার স্পিকার প্রফেসর অবধেশ কুমার মিশ্রা আমাদের সবারই প্রিয় পরিচিত প্রফেসর, আমাদের পূর্বতন ডিরেক্টর. সো দ্য প্রেজেন্ট স্পিকার ইজ প্রফেসর অবধেশ কুমার মিশ্রা, our former director. He was associated with us for a few years, and it's my privilege to introduce him because during his time the advertisement of our recruitment came, and during his time I joined as a lecturer cum junior research officer in this institute. So all of you are aware of our former director. I'm not going to speak about him in details because even if I want, it will take more time. So he has taught in many places, Central University of Assam, Silchar. He was also associated with NCRT, then IFLU, and definitely CIIL. And at present, oh, Nehu, sorry, I missed that. And at present, probably some of you are not aware, he is one of the key person of the committee which is constituted for the development of Indian languages. So they are in charge of the new planning and others for all the Indian languages. He is the chief coordinator there. He is one of the best person who is aware of the tribal language issue in India. Though he doesn't have much in writing, but one of his, but not like others, like 100 many papers. But the book, Tribal Languages India, it's very impressive, and I think it is one of the best. You can check, the book is available in CIIL library. So I request you, sir, to take over for your lecture.
नमस्कार, धन्यवाद सुजय जी, यह छोटा लेकिन काफी सशक्त इंट्रोडक्शन करने के लिए। और मैं ये इस अवसर पर 54वां जो स्थापना दिवस है भारतीय भाषा संस्थान का, उसके लिए आप सबको बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। जो जिस विषय पे मुझे बात करनी है, हिंदी सभी समझते हैं? ठीक है। भारतीय भाषा संस्थान तो हम तो पढ़ाते रहे हैं इंग्लिश यूनिवर्सिटी में भी और डिपार्टमेंट में भी वही इंग्लिश में, लेकिन थोड़ा फायदा उठा लूं आज के आपके स्थापना दिवस का कि हाँ, दोनों करेंगे। तो कई लोगों ने, हम इस पे बात बहुत पुरानी हो चुकी है, मल्टीलिंगुअलिज्म की भी, बहुभाषिकता और नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति, जो नीति नई है ऑफ कोर्स, लेकिन इसलिए कुछ लोग कहते भी हैं नई शिक्षा नीति, लेकिन एक राष्ट्रीय यानी व्यापक पैमाने पे इस पे सभी विषयों को लिया गया है, स्कूली शिक्षा से लेकर के जो उच्च शिक्षा के स्तर तक, इसलिए राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति है। और जैसा कि सचदेवा जी ने इशारा किया, नया तो बहुत कुछ है इसमें, और कोई हर्ज नहीं है कि अगर सब कुछ नया ना भी हो, लेकिन वो बहुत सशक्त है और अच्छे से विचार करके, और जिस पर अब आप देखेंगे कि इस पर काम किया भी जा रहा है, और होना चाहिए था बहुत पहले। शिक्षा नीतियाँ बहुत पहले भी रही, और मल्टीलिंगुअलिज्म की भी बात हुई, सी लैंग्वेज फार्मूला भी, सब कुछ किसी न किसी रूप में पहले भी रहता था, ये सच है। लेकिन वो जो कन्विक्शन, डेडिकेशन और छोटे में ही पावरफुली सब कुछ बता देना कि क्या करना है, बाकी तो आगे जो संस्थान है वो करेंगे, तो वो पहली बार हुआ है। इसलिए मैं पर्सनली इस अर्थ में देखता हूँ कि नई शिक्षा नीति है कि इतना जो कन्विक्शन है और डेडिकेशन की स्पष्ट रूप से कि क्या करना है। ऑफकोर्स छोटी छोटी बातें होती हैं, और उसके कारण हम सभी जानते हैं कि जब भाषा की बात होती है तो इसमें राजनीति हो ही जाती है, क्योंकि राजनीति भी और आइडेंटिटी भी, पहचान, दोनों में भाषा ही शामिल है। तो इसलिए वो आना लाजमी है, मतलब उचित ही है कि आता है, क्योंकि वही हमको दिखता है, सब भाषा ही दिखती है। किसी भी व्यक्ति के और कुछ सब कुछ लगभग है ना, वो आप खरीद सकते हैं, बेच सकते हैं, बहुत कुछ करते हैं, लेकिन भाषा ही एक ऐसा है जो कि सिर्फ अपने आप में हमारे अंदर हमेशा रहती है। तो इसलिए पहचान है, तो और पहचान जहाँ है, व्यक्ति जहाँ है, तो राजनीति भी होती है। इस कारण से कई चीजें अवॉइड की गई हैं, जिससे कि ऐसा ना लगे कि एक किसी खास भाषा की तरफ या भाषा समुदाय की तरफ ले जाया जा रहा है शिक्षा नीति को, तो ये कारण ना होगा, इसलिए ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। Now we come to talk about the multilingualism in NEP 2020, National Education Policy 2020, and that also has become widely known by everyone. By this time, we are entering into the third year of since the NEP 2020 has come. It is in existence. So many of you already know, and you also heard since morning that we have three language formula, number one, and then also that the education should be through mother tongue, or we have mother tongue, regional language, local language, etc. At least up to class 5, and if possible, up to class 8, and even in higher education, the option of having mother tongue, different languages, Indian language should also be there. We should not depend too much. It doesn't mention about English, but of course, that is what we can read between lines, that we have to have Indian languages in all the domains of education, all the areas of education, and the dependence on English only should be lesser to a lesser degree. So that is the idea. And now multilingual situation, when we say so, NEP, if it draws upon that multilingualism, then of course they cannot avoid, that policy cannot avoid the situation that we have in India. And you have heard a lot about it, and already those who work at the Central Institute of Indian Languages, they are aware what kind of, you work on so many languages, whether scheduled, 20 scheduled languages, except in English and Hindi, and then many of the non-scheduled languages. So I don't have to repeat that. But the question here comes when we talk about that what National Education Policy 2020 has something new, and that, as I personally feel, is even a three-language formula. The flexibility is there that two Indian languages should be there. We know that English has to be there because now it has been there for so long, although everyone did not benefit from that. And despite knowing the fact that English is not the language of, say, science or library language, etc. So it's not the only language, but still that was propagated. And you must have seen the ASER report and NCERT reports that in spite of having English for so many decades, we spent so much on that. But even English medium schools are teaching English from class 1 in almost all the states of India. They don't become proficient. The people who learn English in school or through school, and also as Professor Deva or someone pointed out, that in India, you'll feel that even as second and third languages, those who know English, the population is only about 10%. That is so some 278,000 native speakers, and then we have about 11 crore people who claim to know English as second or third language. And then the other official language of India, for Hindi, we have some 42 crore people speak mother tongue, including all the varieties or mother tongue under the Hindi language. And then we have about 16 crore people who know Hindi as second and third languages, like second subsidiary and third subsidiary languages. So that being there still, so neither through Hindi or through English medium, we could do much in India so far as the education is concerned. Knowing a language, learning a language is different than education. You know how important it is, and so that is a separate area. And as Sasdevaji rightly mentioned, this is a cliche kind of thing now, that everything depends on language, whatever subject we teach or learn. So that being there, now why is it so that we could not progress in terms of education so much? Education meaning that we have degrees, we have people who have degrees, say graduate, postgraduate, or even in English, or say with English, but they can't do much when it comes to using the English language or many other, say, bigger languages, Hindi or say Bangla, even Marathi, Gujarati. You'll find that they are not so good, not proficient in those languages. So the idea was that we have to have complete education for the development of the person, developing, say, making children as when they grow up, better citizens of India, live for, say, peaceful development, sustainable society in terms of peace and harmony, and also for economic development. And for that, education is important. So if we look at these factors, that we had so many languages, English, Hindi, and some other bigger languages in place, but why we could not say progress so much in terms of say economic development? And as I personally understand, that language is one of the factors, because whatever you do, as people say, academicians and scholars, that English is known by only 10% of the people. So that means the 90% of the Indian population, they do work in other languages or through other languages. So everything depends on that. So why no, we still depend on English and not give chance to those languages? So that's why it's very important that NEP talks about. And you must have read it already, and you know that. So one was that we'll have young children, they learn languages quickly. So home language or mother tongue, and regional language, local language, that should be the medium of instruction, at least up to grade 5, but preferably till grade 8 and beyond. So that was one. And high quality textbooks, including in science, will be made available in home languages slash mother tongues. All efforts should be made early on to ensure that any gaps that exist between the languages spoken by the child and the medium of teaching are bridged. So bridging the gap between the home language and the school language. That means home language, when we say, then you know, most of you already know, that we differentiate between language and mother tongue, although there is not any fixed criteria for that, that this will be called language and that will be called mother tongue or dialect. We don't have it. But by and large, a working idea we do have. So every language is a mother tongue. That means spoken at home as we grow. So that is what we acquire. So that is the mother language that we acquire at home. We use it at home. So that is mother tongue. So all languages are mother tongues, but all mother tongues, the languages that we speak at home, are not languages. So language being a socio-political construct. So when it has many other things given to a particular mother tongue, then it becomes language. For example, if you look at, say, Bangla, so Bangla is a mother tongue, and then there are other mother tongues which are related to it, say Rajbangshi, Chakma, and Hajong. So 4 mother tongues are there, and then they identify themselves as Bangla language. So Bangla is the language, and Bangla is also a mother tongue. So one of these becomes a language, socio-politically accepted. And many of you may not be aware of this, so that's why let's take example of English. So English also has varieties, even in England, the UK also, we have many varieties, but a particular variety. That means the way people speak English language in a particular area in their home. So that variety, say South London variety. So that is a mother tongue, and it is dialect of the so-called standard language. So it has different varieties, and people use it in different ways as a mother tongue, and one of them becomes the standard language. Arabic, if you look at, so it is spoken in, say, at least in some 25, 27 countries, and the Arabic that we see, read in, say, Quran or classical Arabic, that is so much different from the way people actually speak at their homes. So in Sudan, it will be different than, say, in Arab, it will be different. You have Yemen, it is different. Iraqi Arabic is different. Egyptian Arabic is different. So those are although they're all called Arabic, but they do have names. So like Syrian Arabic or the Egyptian Arabic, we do say that. So those are the mother tongues, and then one of these mother tongues becomes a language socio-politically. So when it is used in mass media, education, administration, and technology, etc., so that is the standard language. So we have a situation here in India that we have mother tongues, thousands of mother tongues, that people speak, say, languages in different ways, as Dr. Chaube mentioned part of it, that kos par badle pani, char kos par bani. So that situation, that water changes at every say about 2 miles, and our speech changes every 8 miles or so. So that kind of situation we have. So we have, and he also mentioned, and this is a known fact, that we don't have that kind of situation in India where you find that the boundary of one language has ended and abruptly another language starts there. We don't have such situation. Like if you look at, say, Karnataka, we move from, say, Mysore, and you go to Bangalore, Mangalore, or even Kasago area, or the Kodagu area, you find so many Bellary, you'll find different ways of speaking Kannada. So at the level of sounds, consonants, vowels will be different, some words will be different, and so there are varieties. So we have a continuum. Language is never, languages don't have a fixed boundary that, okay, this boundary is for this language and the next place is for another language. And what? So we have that situation, and historically also we have found that so there is a continuum. We call it dialect continuum, and many other factors are also there in society. So due to some social factors or say even political factors, you'll find that on that continuum, so it so happens that some say mother tongues or varieties, they may develop certain say materials, grammar and dictionary, or people, as it happens in many tribes that we have say sub-tribes and clans are there. And for historical reasons, like there was one father and he had say two wives, two mothers and three children. So three of them are dispersed, and then there is some differences geographically, socially, or linguistically, and then they have materials in their mother tongues, and they call themselves as different languages, as we have case in every state. You'll find that, but especially in Northeast, so like Paite, Wi-Fi, Sinte, Sute, Kadu, you'll find that these are all almost say one and the same language, linguistically speaking, but socially, you'll find, because of these historical reasons and also socially, they are different languages because they are recognized at different tribes, so they have their own languages. So what I'm saying that this is what happens in terms, so language, mother tongue distinction is important and necessary for us. That is our social situation for ages, that we never had only one language like Europe or many other parts of the world. So we were always like that, and my predecessors have already mentioned it many times, that you go from any area to any other area, one area to another, and you won't have any difficulty. Like say you move from Bihar, say Muzaffar, or let's say my hometown Darbhanga, you go to Muzaffarpur, you can very well converse and or understand, manage things. Then you go to say Ara side or Buxar, and so some kind of Bhojpuri starts there, then Banaras, so you won't find any difficulty. And then from say Banaras, as you move towards other parts of UP and Delhi, so there will be a continuity and people will understand each other. Same thing happens in any, whether the southern area or northeastern area, there are some difficulties and in northeast area, and that also is actually not very serious. This is what we have been told and shown by the people who had vested interest as far as the northeast India is concerned, that they are so different and nothing is common. This is not true. Actually, there also this situation exists that you go to, so you move from one geographical area to another, and you find that people do understand. And since some 150 or 200 years ago, they did not feel necessity to move so much. Globalization was not there. The conveyance modes were not there. So people stuck to their respective areas. So there was no need for them to say talk to other groups or move out for their economic development or say jobs, etc. Now the situation is different, and so we say that those languages are meant for those people who use it. So it's not necessary that say Tamil speaker, all of them have to know say the English or Telugu or Hindi, some other language. Similarly, in Northeast also, it's not necessary for every Mizo say speaker to know Khasi language or say Paite language or home language. They don't need it. But those who want to move or learn another language for their benefit, they can very easily do that. So there's not so much difference there. There also we do find some continuity, and with some small or little difficulty, they can understand each other. So we have a situation, and census is the only place, authentic place, I would say. Of course, some small mistakes anybody can point out that they miss certain things, so that is natural. But in the world, that is the most authentic source of knowing the languages and dialects, and dialects they don't mention, mother tongues. And you know that we do not know now, after 1961, that which of the, I have time? Take it. So we do have a situation. So after 1961 census, we do not, it is not made public that how many languages or which languages and which mother tongues are spoken by fewer than 10,000 persons. So various other sources are there. You can know the names at least, but not the exact number of speakers. But of course, the languages and mother tongues that are spoken by more than 10,000 persons each, that is published, and we do have knowledge of that. So the last census, that is 2011, according to that, we have 1,369 languages and mother tongues. And they already mentioned that we have to keep this in mind, that all languages are mother tongues. So 1,369 mother tongues for sure. And that includes foreign mother tongues, so Russian, German, Greek, also some speakers of those languages are also there in India. So we have about, say, 1,200. We have languages and mother tongues spoken by, 270 languages and mother tongues spoken by more than 10,000 persons, and the rest are spoken by fewer than 10,000 persons. We do not know the names of them. Now, when it comes to, so NEP has mentioned that 3-language formula, of course, is there. And there are also 2 languages or mother tongues. So it can be mother tongue, which may or may not be a language, the abstract socio-political construct that way. And then we have to keep in mind the constitutional provisions and other things. So it's flexible now, and the state can decide about that. And it also emphasizes on the medium of instruction should be the local or home language. And the students should begin to learn science and mathematics bilingually in grade 6, so that by the end of grade 9, they can speak these languages. And so that is also very important, that up to class 5, we have medium of instruction, everything in mother tongue. So all these mother tongues, I'll tell you, this is what I wanted to talk about, that which mother tongues, which languages we can, if we are going to have these things implemented, that as subjects also, and then medium of instruction for science, maths, EVS, and even up to higher level. So what we have to keep in mind, what are the necessary things that we have to know and understand, and especially about the mother tongue. So that is there. Then, of course, it also talks about Sanskrit to be offered at all level of school and higher education. And then for all India languages which have rich oral and written literatures, cultural traditions and knowledge. So that should also be taken care of, those mother tongues also. And then it also says that in addition to Indian languages and English, foreign languages like Korean, Japanese, Thai, French, German, Spanish, Portuguese, and Russian will also be offered at the secondary level. Not so 3-language formula, but in a flexible way. Foreign language were there earlier also in earlier policies, but now this is at the secondary level. So demarcation is there, that up to class 5, you have say 1 language, mother tongue only, medium of instruction, although optionally they can learn another language, and 6 to 9, let's say. So we have the 3 languages, so that there is a transition from, say, when they go to higher classes, and then they may have to go to different other disciplines. So where the subjects like math, science will be used. So for that, they would need another language, the mother tongue. Some mother tongue group may be very small. Like in COM, for example, we have only about 15,000 speakers, and that would include very few school-going age children. So not more than say 4 or 5,000 of them. So taking care of that, we need more language, and of course English is as of now necessary for all the students to learn, so that they can do many other things in their lives. Then Indian Sign Language, of course, and finally that higher education institutions, they will have programs in higher education that will use the mother tongue or local language as a medium of instruction, and or offer programs bilingually in order to increase access and GER, and also to promote the strength, usage, and vibrancy of all Indian languages. And this will be done by private higher educations as well. Now, so given that, now what situation we have in multi, so that is a new thing. And if you look at the multilingual situation that we have in India, we know for sure that which language is the number of bilingual persons or trilingual persons in India. So they speak some language as mother tongue, and then many of them are bilingual and trilingual. So for the bigger languages like Adi or Anal, Ao, Balti, Bhili, of course, Assamese considered scheduled languages. They have larger number of population, except Vili and Mizo, Khasi, they also have a great number of population, large number of people speak that. So if you look at that, then we find that the national average is for bilingual, we have it 26.01%, and trilingual is 7.10 as of now. And the population that speaks second language. So for example, in Adi, we have people who know 2 or more languages. The percentage of that will be 66.9. And people who know 3 languages, percentage is 36.14. Say for Ao, we have 2 languages, 2 or more, 71.75. And knowing 3 languages, 35.17. And so on. I have the list, I'll not read it the whole. So it ranges among the languages which are spoken by more than 10,000 persons. It goes up to some 81. Yeah, that is the highest. So for example, you'll find that Kinnauri, we have 80.98% bilinguals, and then 24.92% trilinguals. Then for Kisan in Odisha, largely spoken in 88 the highest. Laholi, we have 88.26% bilinguals, and then 41.04% trilingual. And also, if you look at the smaller languages, which don't have more than 10,000 speakers, there are many. And for example, say Newari we have in Sikkim, then Sunuwar in Sikkim, Dhimal is there in West Bengal, Toto is there in West Bengal. And they have, say, Toto only 1,300, that is, 1,381 persons, and Dhimal about 300 persons only. So smaller languages are also there. And due to Ausbau phenomenon, that is, we had a dialect continuum, and then people have this identity, either it comes from their own side, or some vested interest people, Indian or say foreigner, they also kind of give, instigate them, and that way we have. So Ausbau phenomenon, due to Ausbau phenomenon, they develop their materials, and then they have, say, folklore being used, then introduce it in class 1, some primer used internally, and then later class 2, class 3, etc. And that way it becomes a language. So we have many such mother tongues, and nothing wrong in that. I'm saying that. So Asuri, then we Birhor, Birzia, many such Parthi. Now it has the status of a language. Many others are there in India. So in them also, this situation is there, that most of them are bilinguals or trilinguals. Now, what happens if we say that medium of instruction will be the mother tongue? Now, so we have 2 things here. One is that if you go by the census, so census, although after 1961, we don't have the names. Indirectly, we can have access, or we can read the list, and just if you remember, memorize, going to the Registrar General's office. But officially it is not made public. But so the source for knowing the language data, like how many languages are there and mother tongues which are spoken by fewer than 10,000 persons. So of course, we depend largely on the 1961 census. And the fact is that there we find at least 167 or 68. I had counted, but no, I forgot. So they had only one speaker. And then some 134 or 133, they had only 2 or 3 speakers. And some 68 or 69 had between 4 and 10 speakers only. So there are some 470 mother tongues in 1961 census, which were or which are spoken by 1 to 10 persons only. So anybody can guess that if, say, a language is spoken by only one person, he or she would need someone to talk to. So just one person talking to herself can't be a language. No? Language, of course, but not the way we understand language. And even for 2 persons, 3 persons. And then if you look at those names that appear in 1961 census, and most of them are, of course, there in 2001 also and 2011 census. And some are said to have died, which is wrong. If there was only one person, say about say 350 mother tongues, which had only 1 or 2 speakers, then it's natural that if 1961 they were there, and they may not have had say offspring or no children. That also is possible. So it's the people died, but not the language, and 1 2 persons language can't be language. So that's why many people say that in 1961 we had so many mother tongues or languages spoken by more than 10,000 persons. In 71 we had fewer, and even in 2001, including the foreign mother tongues, we had 1635 languages and mother tongues. Then in 2011 we have 1369. So some say that languages are dying and languages have died, but in reality, except for say the Andaman and Nicobar languages, of course, there also we have, but we can accept languages. So some of them have died because the speakers died. That's why. It's not that but some language, other bigger language killed that language, as now we see that there is a trend, people just to curse or blame some other language, like Hindi is killing some other Bhojpuri or things like that. So that we do have, but we don't have languages dying that way. But what happens because of this, number one, Oswald phenomenon, that and then due to being instigated by certain people who had Western interest to, and knowing that language creates identity, and that is very powerful, whichever small group or big group we have. So that is one thing that is very important. So new identities. So you may have, say, we compare just a scholar goes to field, whether Indian or non-Indian, they may not know another language, say other than English or maybe Hindi or Russian or German. That is all possible. So they go to field for their degree or for some other reason, and they'll find that okay, this group, and we know in India the situation is that even say in my own village, my house is the last house of the Brahmins in my village, and the next house that is there is just about 15 to 20 meters away. There we have the SARS, the scheduled caste population. And I'll give you quickly one example. So even in childhood, I would say, home jaichi, I am going, and the child from the other community, they will say, home jai hiai. Now see, at every level, whether it's case marker, number, gender, person, tense, aspect, anything you'll find in the same village, just 20 meters. Forget 4 course, 8 miles. And then, so just 3, 4 varieties you'll find. So people instigate them, and it is happening now. You will see very soon, for example, that I myself was surprised. In census, we find in 2011 that Maithili has 3 mother tongues. Okay, Yeah, 3. Maybe 2 only. Anyway, Tharu, and there was one spelling Thati. Then I asked many people, my brother, my mother, friends in Bihar, what is this Thati? And nobody could say. No Maithili language speaker that what is this, how to even pronounce that. So then I asked one of my undergraduate students at Shillong, who hailed from Bihar, Munger side. I showed him, what is this? He said, it must be Theti. Now they wrote so Thathi, so Theti. Thet meaning say like it's like khati versus other kind of sarso, mustard oil that we have. So Thet meaning the raw kind of thing. People, whatever way they want, they speak. So Theti. Then I collected data. So now what has happened from fewer than 10,000 and just in 1961 census, we don't find Theti there. Okay, so there are many names did not exist in 1961, but in 2011 they have come, and there are many more. I have seen the list, but I'll not reveal to you in detail that which ones. So there are many which did not exist in 1961, not even in 2001 census. So they have been. So that also confirms that this thing has been going on. That okay, your variety. That so you have say 105 words which are pronounced differently, okay, and then you see you eat this way, or you certain vowels you pronounce differently. So and the person, the researcher knows only that much. Koro is another infamous example. So okay, you go there and talk to certain group, and of course in Akka also we have many varieties in different villages. You must be aware that like in Kom, just 15,000 speakers now. And I think some 50 years, 60 years ago, so just 2,000, 3,000, around 3,000 speakers in 1961, and fewer than that. So that also has become due to Ospo phenomena. We have Maring and many other languages of Manipur. They became languages for historical and Ospo regions. So what happens so now? So Koro, there also someone says, okay, you are different, and these many words are different. So that is discovered. Many languages we have added and mother tongue. So that is going to be a problem. So given that, so if what I have done, I have all the, since I have seen that list, it's not official, but, and then I have worked in field, and there is a way of knowing actually. And most of these mother tongues are used by the tribes and sub-tribes of different states. So that also, and for that data you'll find, it is there in census. You have to go deeper, but not so difficult to guess or know that how many speakers are there and where they are located actually. For example, as of now, we have not 532, so 703 STs, and there are other tribes also, like we have provision in the presidential order for ST that, so Arunachal Pradesh, any these 16 and any of the tribe, they are ST, but they will not give the names of them. Similarly, Naga, so anything that is Naga is ST. So although in earlier order, but there is one line, people miss that. So if you have, that's why now people have started saying, so say you'll have Maring Naga or Koibu Naga, Mao Naga, even Maram Naga in Manipur, and of course in census also in Nagaland you'll find that you'll have say generic Nagas and the ST Nagas. So there also we have so Ao Naga, Pochri Naga, correct me sir? So this is what even in census. So Naga. So there are 703, and of course repetitions are there. So like Gond, we find that it's an ST in Andhra Pradesh, then Maharashtra, then Odisha, Madhya Pradesh. So some 5-6 states you'll find. Gondi is there, Gond being the ST and Gondi language, and it is even used in school education. So Gondi language, like we have say some in Odisha, then we have it in Andhra Pradesh, then Maharashtra. So that is there. Now what happens? So if you drop those names which are common, and of course some sub tribes will be there. So like in Gond, you'll find some 27, 28 different names actually. That also we don't understand, people don't understand generally. And so Gond, and then you'll find Arak, Agaria, Maria, Muria, Maria, Madia, Maria, Maria, Muria, like that, some 27, 28. And in reality, in 1961 also, so these 27, 28 names, in 1961 and 1971 census, most of them did not have even one speaker. They were just different spellings. So Arak, like that. So most of these tribes, actually Gond is one tribe. But these 27, 28 are not ST. These are different names. And so different spellings also it is given. So if you remove all that, then we come to have about 435 STs, of course. So people also, due to these things, census, of course, is right almost all the time. And but there are international groups working. So we have ethnologue data, then UNESCO, although that is unscientific and not based on any, say, method. They don't have any methodology. So that's why you'll find that, for example, JIFE appears, say, in 2005, 2009 ethnologue, then suddenly in 2014, you don't find JIFE languages. So people may think that it has disappeared, language was killed or language died. So many such things happen. War, we knew for decades that war is a variety of, say, or mother tongue under Khasi. And Jaintia, of course, Jaintia was not any mother tongue. So Panar they spoke, or some groups who are, say, Sindeng, traditionally they are called Sindeng. So they had some mother tongues, of course. But now, suddenly in 1 year, War Jaintia becomes a separate language. We have in 2020 ethnologue, Rohingya becomes a language and the status is threatened. And then in 2022, it is almost on the verge of extinction, Rohingya language in India, in ethnologue. And then in Walungre comes with the Nepali language. There are some migrants in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, few hundred workers who have come just a few years ago. So Walungre also becomes a language of India. And so 1 year it is there in ethnologue data, and so it is threatened because population is less. Next year it becomes on the verge of extinction. And the latest one in 2022 is the language called Uyghur that has become an Indian language, although they will say that it is non-Indian origin. So Uyghur is a new language in ethnologue. So next year in 2023, we'll have at least 3 languages becoming extinct. So Rohingya, Walungre, and Uyghur. Okay? And China will be so happy that, okay, if they killed Uyghur, at least in India. Anyway, so that is the situation. Now, so if we go by the name, and although we have the ways of knowing, okay, these are the mother tongues. If not languages, at least we know that these are the mother tongues. Now, then the question, so we have to narrow it down to that level, and it comes to about 352. That my exercise, of course, and looks perfect. I worked very hard on that to settle that issue. So, and out of those 352, and many are bigger, like those 270 also included. So, like we have a language, for example, say we'll say Halam, and then Halam in Tripura. So it will have varieties because people, the Halam clan, that community people, they spread to many other areas, Assam also. So you'll find Hadem there somewhere, Mulsom somewhere, but some differences, of course, are there. And so you'll have Langrong and so on, some 13, 14 variety. So if we exclude those varieties, say where mutual intelligibility is more than 90%. And what happens actually due to these misleading data that we have, even researches, as I mentioned already, that why it so happens, then so at lexical level, they will say that, okay, lexical differences are Okay, 70%. So lexical differences don't make two things mutually unintelligible, or and vice versa. That or the other way also is not true. That if you have lexicon, say great majority of lexicon shared by say Assamese, Bangla, Bhojpuri, Maghi, Maithili, Odia. So then that doesn't mean that because they have lexical similarity more than 70%. So that means they are dialects of one, no, proto some language. Okay, so that also, so that way, so when we have introducing, say, mother tongues as mediums of instruction in schools, so 131 as of today are used in one or the other way at different levels. 31 languages and mother tongues. That includes, of course, Mizo and two like bigger languages, and also two scheduled languages, that is Bodo and Santali also. So all included, we have 131 where primary textbooks are there. And they are, of course, in some mother tongues and languages, we don't have takers, because in that area, like Gojri, from 2017 to till date, we did not have even one student opting for Gojri. So that is a different thing. Sheena, same thing happened. But we do have about 131, including some smaller mother tongues like Mathwadi, the Noiri variety of Bhili, or Bhilwa, another variety of Bhili in Maharashtra. We do have such situation. And then 35, now it has become 37, just recently, because one language in Nagaland has been added, which is a language linguistically and socio-politically also, Nteni, Nteni, Nteni. So, so much differences. But as we have the case of Pochuri and other, that kind of situation is there, fine. So it's a language. So that way we have 37 as of now. Everything is ready there. It is being used also. So 37, and only 14 of them are scheduled languages, medium of instruction. Like Maithili is not used as medium of instruction. So many Sindhi, we don't have it. Then Dogri also is not, Kashmiri is not medium of instruction. So that way, yeah. So that way we have, so 37, we have medium of instruction. So now 131 is there, and then we have these medium of instruction. So these languages and mother tongues are, of course, in use. So what they require now is that for truly to have, say, medium of instruction, mother tongues, especially those which are spoken by fewer than 10,000 persons, and where there is a large gap. For example, you'll find that the Hindi, Madhya Pradesh, you'll find that the language of the state is Hindi. But then we have varieties, or Chhattisgarhi in, say, Chhattisgarh. So the difference is so much. The school language, the language that is used in textbook by the teachers, that is standard Hindi. But the Hindi that they use in their homes, and that is different. So that also has to be bridged. So including all of them. So that remains a problem. And for that, and then teachers are not appointed to teach even these languages and mother tongues as subjects. Forget medium of instruction. Because if you have teachers, primary level, any even 10th pass in many cases, and 12th pass persons who have 12th with so many subjects, they may not be from science, they may not have studied the science and maths. So if they are teachers and they are fluent in only, say, one language, proficient, if it happens to be standard language, say standard Maithili or standard Hindi only, class 12, then how they can take care of that? So that is one thing that is needed, first of all, that the teacher, because for medium of instruction, we need teachers. For language as subject, if local teachers are there, they can manage any variety. And that's why this is the beauty of NEP 2020, that bilingual materials. Teachers also, as Shashiji mentioned in the morning, so that also bilingual materials, and teachers have to use bilingual method. That means if the teacher herself is not bilingual, she knows only, say, one language, English and another Indian language or mother tongue, then that's going to be a problem. So that is one thing required. Then materials also. And we have the cases, like in Nepal, I have seen, at least for Maithili, Bhojpuri, yeah, some other languages are there. Nepali, then body language का नाम भूल गया. These are in both the countries. Anyway, so they have the textbooks, not now, for many years they have been using it, where on the same page you find 3 languages text. So Nepali, Maithili, and another language or English there, depending on. So that is one thing that is required. So if we have that, then teachers and who will take care of this work. When you have the language used as medium, that means math, science, EVS at least up to class 5, and then the physics part will be there in class 9. Some chemistry will be there, biology will be there, not general science as it happens in class 5 or 6, that way. So for that, we'll need scientific and technological terms, which till today we have not even completed. There is an institute responsible for that, taking care of that, but we could not complete it for all the subjects, even for the scheduled languages. And in many scheduled languages, there's nothing. So think of having these things done for 350 mother tongues. That is, but it's not impossible. Only thing is we have to plan in a better way. And as the Joint Secretary mentioned in the morning very briefly, and others have also mentioned, that synergy and coordination among the language institutes of Ministry of Education. And there comes the role that CIIL has to, as emphasized many times, even today's sessions, that for scheduled languages you can have CSTT, fine. So they have some mandate, they will do it. For Hindi, some institute is responsible for that. They take care of it. Hindi and other, like Learner's Dictionary or grammar, etc. But who will take care of these mother tongues when, say, like Paite, Wi-Fi, they are going to be used in C. So we had, it was used as medium instruction. Just few years back, that is gone because of this region. That they don't have money to support the teachers and materials. Tangkhul, the Kokborok, we had it for maths and EVS, that is also gone out of, so only as a subject. So many are going out of way, where this was happening. So that is one where we need to have the CIIL's role, big role, even for the scheduled languages, because there are certain things for which, as the CSTT structure is, that they have officers who are subject specialists, not the translation or say grammar specialist as of now. So when, of course, so you have to work and take a lead. So we need learners resources, teachers resources, and then a mixture of that for teacher training also. So short-term programs, those, and if we are doing it this way, that bring the teachers, as Sir Sir mentioned, that first of all, they don't have language teachers. That's why they don't send those teachers. They are not there for primary and elementary classes. No separate language teachers except for Sikkim, Tripura, partly some in Manipur, just 1-2 minutes. So just in these states, in other states, you don't find language teachers at that level. So you won't find anywhere. But scheduled language, of course, we do have teachers. So short-term courses like 3-month or 2-month proficiency, and as NEP has also emphasized, that language teaching should not be only for learning or teaching literature, etc. It has to be proficiency oriented. And how will you do proficiency oriented teaching or learning if there is no technology involved? If you say like, as we have seen this being used for English, Spanish, this is what they do, and no, many things. And what we have been doing at the LCIL, that also, and then how do you know that someone has become proficient or not? Or we have learning outcomes. So if it is for those mother tongues which are going to be used as a subject, as medium of instruction, then of course there has to be a way to find out that, and which institute or who will take that responsibility. So either it is proficiency oriented teaching learning, or achievement oriented, where we have the learning outcome, and then competence, what we call. So for all these things, if we see that one institute that can take care of, and that comes to CIIL, of course, with RLCs, given that the scope is broadened and reoriented according to, as Shri Shastriji, the chairman of our committee, keeps saying almost every day, reminding everyone that you have to reorient yourself according to the present needs, isn't it? That we had CIIL and RLCs, of course, so basic things were there, 3-language formula, and then taking care of the minor, so-called minor travel languages, so that all languages get chance to develop and progress and have a say in the mainstream, so-called mainstream, where everyone, all citizens participate in the growth and the development of the country and become better citizens. That is there, of course. So that is so. Today being the 54th foundation day of CIIL, so I thought that I should bring these few things which can give some insight for the idea that how we can take care of the new education policies recommendations that are there for multilingual education, and how the CIIL can actually, and it will help these things being implemented as soon as possible. So thank you all. Again, just 2 minute होने से क्वेश्चन ले सकते हैं, नहीं तो छोड़ सकते हैं, क्योंकि ओह टी ब्रेक, सॉरी, क्या मैं 45 मिनट से ज्यादा बोला क्या? सॉरी, ठीक है, थैंक यू.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय. आपने बहुभाषिकता और राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 पर अपनी अंतर्दृष्टिपूर्ण व्याख्यान से हम सभी लोगों को लाभान्वित किया. उर्दू में कहावत है, कासिम महरूम, यानी जो सबको बांटता है उसके पास कुछ नहीं बचता. तो मैंने देखा कि जो कई महीने, 1 महीना पहले से ही सबको भूमिका बांट रहे थे, लगभग हमको तो उन्होंने भूमिका दी, उनके लिए कोई भूमिका नहीं थी. तो हमने उनकी अनुमति से मैं डॉक्टर पंकज द्विवेदी साहब को से आग्रह करूंगा कि वो आकर, ये कार्यक्रम का अंतिम व्याख्यान था, इसके बाद महत्वपूर्ण घोषणाएं होनी है और सबके लिए कुल जमा धन्यवाद भी आपको देना है. द्विवेदी साहब प्लीज.
Thank you. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಂ, ಆದಾಬ್, ಸತ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಅಕಾಲ್. Very good evening to everybody. Padam Shri, Founder Director of CIIL, Professor Dr. D.P. Patnaik Sahab, former Director Professor Dr. Rajesh Sachdeva Sahab, former Director Professor Dr. Avdesh Kumar Mishra Sahab, present Director of the Institute Professor Dr. Shailendra Mohan Sahab, our senior professors who are sitting off the dais, Professor Dr. Nair Sahab, Professor Dr. Bala Kumar Sahab, Professor Dr. Bodkar Sahab, our senior deputy director Professor Dr. Shriram Krishna Sahab, हमारे जो संस्थान के कलीग्स हैं, डॉक्टर तारिक खान, डॉक्टर प्रेम कुमार, हमारे जो गेस्ट आए हैं, मंत्रालय से रिप्रेजेंटेटिव आए हैं, फ्रेंड्स, लेडी एंड जेंटलमैन, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the valedictory session of this program. बचपन में मेरे स्कूल पे एक टीचर, सोशल साइंस के टीचर ने एक क्लास में प्रश्न पूछा, बोला, टेल मी हाउ विल यू डिसाइड a house or a home is a happy one. तो हम लोग छोटे छोटे बच्चे थे, तो किसी ने कहा कि बहुत पैसा होना चाहिए, किसी ने कहा बड़ी सी कार, जो हमारी इमेजिनेशन होती है। कुछ बच्चे जो और ओपन थे वो बोले कि जो लोग बहुत घूमते हैं, एंजॉय करते हैं। तो हमारे सोशल साइंस के टीचर ने कहा कि नहीं, एक हाउस या एक घर जो है वो खुश तब होता है जब उस घर के बड़े बुजुर्ग, है ना, कितनी पीढ़ियों के बुजुर्ग उनके साथ उनकी खुशी और उनके दुख में वहां पे होते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि CIL इज द मोस्ट बेस्ट वन because we have our founder director Professor Dr. DP Patnaik Sahab here with us on this occasion. Sir, you are the only, as I always say, you are the only person before whom I feel confident and nervous at the same time. It's a very rare emotion, but you are such a personality, and we are so blessed, we are so happy that you could make it to the occasion. And I understand, the traveling must have been little difficult for you, but it is the love of the people of the CIL, it is the fortune of the people of the CIL that you come here, that you came here all the way from the Bhubaneswar. Thank you so much. We are all, very, very grateful to you. And of course, our Professor Dr. Rajesh Sachdeva साहब, और हमारा कहते हैं कि एक सुकरात का एक कथन है, मैं उसको लैटिन या ग्रीक पे तो नहीं बता सकता हूँ, हिंदी पे उसका अनुवाद ऐसा है कि किसी आदमी को जज करना हो तो कैसे करना चाहिए। तो उसका हिंदी में अनुवाद कहते हैं कि अंतस की निजता का आपके बाहरी आवरण के साथ तारतम्य कैसा है। अगर पूरा तारतम्य है तो you are a genuine person. When I see Professor Dr. Rajesh Sachdeva, वो हमारे छोटे से छोटे दुख और बड़ी से बड़ी खुशी में बिना बुलाने के साथ वैसे ही आते हैं, जैसे मतलब कि एक उसे क्या बोलते हैं, जिसको एक ज्ञान हो जाता है, सुख और दुख में जो एक तरह का हो जाता है। तो सर, we are very, very grateful to you, and thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for delivering such a wonderful lecture. And then I would also like to convey my thanks to Professor Dr. Audesh Kumar Mishra साहब। और सर, आपके बारे में क्या कहूँ, मैं पहले भी बोलता रहा हूँ कि आप पद में, रसूख में, ज्ञान में इतने बड़े हैं कि मुझे शायद और कुछ दशक लगेंगे और कुछ PhD चाहिए होंगी, तब मैं आपके बारे में कुछ कह पाऊंगा। So please accept my humble, thanks on behalf of the CIL. Thank you so much, Professor. Then I would also like to convey my thanks to our one of the esteemed speakers, Professor Dr. Gyanesh Chaube साहब from Banaras Hindu University. और मेरे बचपन में एक टीचर कहते थे कि what is mythology? कहते हैं कि mythology which is you don't know, once you have the evidence of it, it becomes a fact. कुछ हफ्ते पहले तक ग्रीस में एक शहर के बारे में कल्पना थी, कि होगा कि नहीं होगा, और एक आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट ने उसको खोज लिया. The whole city, it emerged out of the river. So now it's the truth. Professor, you are one of the most cited authors of the biological anthropology and the genetics in the India, and I'm sure the way you have today put light on some of the myths and on some of the theories, you will continue to put that light, and our area of linguistics will also get benefited by that. Thank you so much, Professor, for being here with us on this occasion. I would also like to convey my thanks to Professor Dr. Uday Narayan Singh in absentia. He is not here now. He delivered his lecture on the virtual mode, but I know most of the people who are working in different projects, different schemes. This has been made possible only due to the blessing of Professor Uday Narayan Singh. So, sir, we are immensely grateful to you, and I'm sure that somebody will contact you over the phone or over the email and will convey thanks on behalf of the CIIL for gracing this occasion. Thank you so much, Professor. I would also like to convey my thanks, in the end, to our Honorable Joint Secretary who joined us from the ministry, and she has been working, with us for a very long time for the better future of the CIIL, for the, pushing of the different activities of the CIIL. And today she has assured that the CIIL will be provided. I'll come back to that. He's the most serious. So she actually, assured us that CIIL will be provided more finances, CIIL will be provided more manpower, and it will be strengthened further. So I think that is very good news for us. We all have been looking for us. And our representative from the ministry is also a kind of assurance on behalf of the ministry. So let us, I think we should have a round of applause for her kind words. Thank you so much. We should also thank Professor Dr. Kapil Kapoor. He's also one of the most senior scholars of the India, and he is as good in the sciences, in the linguistics, and in busting the myth. So today, the topic that he took, decolonizing Indian minds, and it's a very important topic, and I hope that we will work, towards the unification of the India, to see the unity among the languages, because we are language institution, and to work together for the betterment of the India. That is also vision of the Ek Bharat and Shrestha Bharat. That is also vision, of a kind of indirect vision of the Atmanirbhar Bharat, and that is also a kind of, a kind of impetus to everything that our very beloved Prime Minister is doing for the India. So thank you so much, Professor Kapoor, for delivering such a wonderful lecture. And I'm sure that somebody will contact you over the email or the phone and will convey thanks on behalf of the CIIL. And in the end, I would like to convey my thanks to our Project Director, Professor Dr. Shailendra Mohan Saab. And for months, we have been in touch with each other, and I have been scolded many times, and and I have also expressed my disagreement with him on some things. But yeah, but the good thing is about Professor Shailendra Mohan that he always gives you a lot of scope, and this is actually a sign of a true and human, true and genuine human being, who gives you scope for the argument. So thank you so much, Professor Shailendra Mohan. And I'm sure that you will keep patronizing all such activities, and CIIL will progress further. Thank you so much. And I would also like to thank all the colleagues who have from the CIIL, as well as who have come here from the different 7 regional language centers of the CIIL. And some of you are here, some of you may be tired due to your long journey, have gone back and would be with us during the culture program. I convey my thanks to all of you for joining us on this occasion. I would also like to convey my thanks to staff from the project, from the scheme, because most of the things that you see here that I'm saying or other people are saying, they are because of those people. Actually, they actually work on the ground. So I would like to take some names, and but this acknowledgement, these thanks are for everybody. So Dr. Vijaya Lakshmi Patil, Soumya Tarini, Polini Das, Saroj Kumari, Hayat Abza, and then Dr. Viresh Kumar, Dr. Chetan Baji, Dr. Amit Jha, Dr. Ram Rich Rai, Kolkapian, and then Naidu, and Prasad, Mahadev, and many persons are there, from different schemes. I cannot take everybody's name. So please accept our thanks. Accept my thank and thanks of the CIIL, and I'm sure that you will keep helping us. We'll keep supporting each other. I would also like to thank some of the colleagues who were helping me in drafting different kind of brochure and speech for the different people here, Dr. Tibba, Kumar Sambhoji, and many other persons. So thank you so much for helping me out. And once again, if I have left anybody's name, I'm sorry, it's not possible. Yes, most of the good things that you see here, of course, is because of our Assistant Director, Dr. Narayan Chaudhary. And if you see any fault, a little credit also goes to him. And as both things are there. So, sir, I thank you, for helping us, for supervising us all during past 2 months for the preparation of Foundation Day. And of course, a special credit goes to Dr. Sujoy Sarkar, Dr. Tariq Khan, Dr. Prem Kumar. Let me not forget their name. Okay, so sir, I thank one and all. And once again, there's a small announcement that after the tree break, there would be a dance performance by the Jenu Purva community. Thank you so much. आप सभी का दिन SRLC auditorium, SRLC auditorium. I think Dr. Sujoy Sarkar can throw more light on it. It's on the SRLC auditorium, correct now? Yeah, so please do join us. and it's a wonderful performance, I'm sure. So thank you so much once again. Agar koi naam chhoot gaya ho, and thank you so much. I think I have done one small mistake. I have missed the name of our three deputy director, and Professor Shivaram Krishna sir is there, and I know that he is my neighbor and he always constantly supervise me. ठीक है ना? Sir, thank you so much. My personal thanks are due to you, and have a round of applause for him. ठीक है ना? And Professor Dr. P.R. Dharmesh Fernandez sir and Professor Dr. Uma Papurani madam. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.